Hey everyone, Pam Bam Richard here. Welcome to Tales of Marathon Stream 3, the final day, as we're gonna finally wrap up Tales of Berseria by the end of today. Hope everybody's doing okay, whichever time of the day it is for you, as we are technically at the day before of Tales of Arise. I like to say for Steam, and within Japan, and then the day after it'll be out for home consoles for places outside of Japan. So yesterday we just finished off the area here at the Bard Ruins? The Bard Marsh, I believe it is, yes. And we just finished off, tried to find a Therian, but we ended up screwing it up because Velvet couldn't control her emotions or something along those lines. Particularly, it's more so how Teresa and Oscar practically got in the way, and everything was going all downhill from there. So we gotta plan something else new with our Therian scenario here, but particularly when it comes to the actually I should probably change this first, but particularly when it comes to the Therians, it looks like there's an issue currently right now at Titania. So surprise, it's Tales of Berseria. We're once again going back to Titania one more time. I think for the setup here, we're going to be going with Velvet, Rokuro, Laphicet, maybe Magula. Actually, no, maybe we should go with the Team Fantasia style again. So, Fantasia approach with our casters at the back lines, our hero at the front lines, and let's head back to Titania. Yes, back to Titania. I think it's going to be our final time coming back to Titania, so thankfully you don't have to worry about hearing me talk about it again and again, but essentially, this is going to be very sweet for me because we don't have to worry about going back to Titania anymore, essentially. Looking forward to it. Also, this just came out of nowhere. I mean, I didn't expect it. Did it make sense? I guess, but this was really Bienfu's role in this entire game, to play traitor. Of the entire cast, none of our playable cast is technically a traitor.
I'm surprised I didn't.
Bit of a rarity, but you know what? You kind of also saw it in Tales of Zestiria as well, and technically, Exilia 2 did not have a traitor amongst our midst as well. But I didn't expect this. I don't know. Did anybody care about this reveal? I didn't care too much. And I think the apathy that Magilou has here is also reflective of how I feel about this twist as well.
All calculated down to the minute. Nice. Forgive me, Miss Magilou. There was no way I could fight against Lord Melchior's army.
I mean, clearly there's like some kind of secret thing that's going on with the Magilou and Bienfu's relations, but essentially, it's all inside material, and I didn't really look into it myself, but I certainly heard of it, that's for sure. I mean, I guess by essence, you could say that Magilou is the traitor or something along those lines, but really, it's just,
That's not true. I'm the one you want.
Yeah, I'm glad not many of us particularly care too much about it either. But I mean, I suppose there's a twist.
Fine then. Do with us what you
But you kind of see a little bit of how Maglu's like she seems to be like really bored with her life in general. So that's why she kind of like plays around with people and whatnot. So I guess she's like for lack of a better term, kind of like a similarity to like being an internet troll in a sense. But no, I don't. I think that's too low of a association that we can make with Magilou here. I guess I know there are Magilou fans out there, but what the game presents, it kind of hides a lot about what she is, except for her role being a similar connection to Tales of Zestiria. But she does sort of like help the party a little bit, like that's for sure, especially when we went to a ball for a second there.
Is it agony? Does the searing fire of your hatred empower you to feel? Does it give your life meaning where there was none?
Oh, Shion. I didn't realize we were suddenly playing Tales of Arise for a second there with that quote.
Titania! There's an abbey.
How's it going, Brave Berseria? I can say Brave Berseria more fluently now because we're not in Vesperia anymore.
If you want your answer, fight by my side. You'll see it the very moment I kill Artorias.
But yeah, we're winding down to the end of Act 2 in this game. The end of Act 2 will wind down the moment we get to Titania. Titania, revisiting it like the 5th time, I want to say. It's a little bit of another revisit. It's another backtrack. You already know, you should know the dungeon by this point, I hope, but we're going to be exploring the more nooks and crannies of Titania. And particularly here, it's going to be a little bit amusing because all these Abbey folks now, they're going to be having a particular power to them, which we did talk about last night. The cutscene was addressing it last night as well. As Velvet with the cutscene Rising Falcon there. You know, rarely do we see other arts that are shown as a cutscene on screen, so it's nice to see a cutscene art besides Demon Fang, Missile Sword, Sonic Blade, Fireball, what have you.
What idiocy.
Glad you're doing okay. So the cool gimmick that we're going to see over here is that now all the moves that we run into from the Abbey, they can now armatize. And it's crazy because, again, just like Oscar, they're going to have similar arts to what we saw in Tales of Zestiria. The beautiful Armatas. I didn't even expect Armata as a plural, but it makes sense. But in any case, yeah, here we go. We got Edna Mikleo stuff. This is... Thankfully, these mooks aren't going to be particularly as rough as Oscar, because Oscar's boss status, he has all access to the arts. These ones, they don't have too much of a big issue as far as I recall. But they will hurt, so don't get caught off guard when you fight these folks and whatnot. I think everybody's spells are still similar to how they were for the Gauntlet boss fight we ran into earlier, so I'm just going to turn these back on for now. I'm not particularly worried about setting things up quite yet. But yeah, I think this is good for Magilu. Let's just push on through here. Yeah, I think it might be a good idea to target the Longbow Crater right now, since they're very much low on the HP side of things. I'm kind of worried about this segment. I'm not particularly in terms of like bosses or anything like that. I'm more so worried with regards to timing, like how we're going to get our time going with regards to fitting the rest of Berseria. Because really, there isn't really much else left. And I'm going to see how much we can cover within the next 11 hours and whatnot. 11 hours of gameplay, 12 hours overall. So we're going to see how much we can push forward here as we sort of sort things out. In other words, there are some side quests that I do want to fit in here. And we're going to get to the side quests once we get things going with the third act of this game. And one in particular, I am looking forward to looking back to, because it'll be a nice little callback to the very first marathon that I've ever done. So I'm looking forward to that, and essentially some little things I'm going to look into, particularly for a character that I've been very much complimentary of prior to, well, in previous days. So we'll be getting to that as well. I think that's the most that I could fit, unless I do a side quest that I'm really blind about. But I mean, I don't think we'll be that much low under time, I hope. Alright, so I'm gonna pick up another soul over here, and oh jeez, I forgot what that spell was that was. Like, it's nice to get a little bit of a refresher of how the Armada worked in Tales of Zestiria, but at the same time, it's like, oh my gosh, I don't want to like experiment all the capabilities that these enemies have, because A, this is a double EXP run, which is only fixated on bosses without encounters, and B, because of that, I don't want to get damaged a lot. So A1 and A2, I guess, is the better appropriate term with regards to what I was about to say. Velvet, you're doing a little bit too much there. Yo, I like the stance that the other one's taking. I don't think you could like be on your knees when you could like fire the arrows with the water Armada. Oh, but they both. Oh no. This isn't good.
So this is it. They destroyed themselves.
Just as I expected. The Abbey.
So,
They know exactly what they're
what I
doing.
think with this game that does much better compared to Zestiria in terms of showing, not telling, is Velvet theme count. We're at 15 now, I believe. There's probably one or two I missed. I know it's not entirely accurate, but hey, I'm keeping track the best that I can here. But yeah, you know, the one thing that this game I feel does better with the showing, not telling compared to Zestiria is how much of a risk using the Armatas is. So like when you're told a lot by Lila, particularly in Zestiria, it doesn't feel like I can understand the power that is required to wield the Armatas. But then with this game, you can see like people like Oscar, well, Oscar was able to handle it as best as he could, while, but these, standard moves, they can particularly wield the Armatus as well as, like, somebody like Oscar or like Saray. So, I feel like it was a cool way for them to essentially, what are the words I'm looking for? It's a cool way for them to, work forward with how important you need to be strong for with the Armatus compared to Zestiria, where I'm told it more, and there's not too many examples that they use the Armatus for, because we get Saray and then we get Rose, and they're both really strong enough for it, like they got really high resonance, so it's hard to sort of like have a measuring stick in that game compared to this game where you got the measuring stick of like, you got Oscar and you have these standard mooks that we run into. So it's one thing that I really appreciate about this game, which makes revisiting Zestiria better, I like to say. You already know when the stream starts tomorrow. I want to tune in, but I have to work. I don't know. Part of me is like gonna wait to see if I could get the packages in time for Tales of Arise, for the collector's edition particularly, because I don't know when it's gonna come. But other than that, the most I can say is that it might happen in the afternoon or the evening. Like, that's my estimate, but we'll see what happens tomorrow. So I apologize if I don't have a particular time at this time. But yeah, so there are level ups here, we got our titles, and yeah, we're back to Titania one more time, everybody. Alright, let's just head to the basement first. So, basement is all the way right over here. I'm so... Well, you know what? At the end of the day, I don't think Titania is as offensive as Dot, but it does sort of, like, lean on the fence a little bit to sort of be there, if I recall. But, again, last time I played through Tales of the Abyss was about 7 years ago, so bear with me if my memory is not 100% clear, but based on discussions I had with other people over the marathon, I'm pretty sure that I'm still accurate with what I remembered 7 years ago, and I certainly remember the pain that it was 7 years ago. 7 years. Hey, similarly to this game, right? Anywho. So, you know, that's a good point. That's a good point for us to explain the script there, Lofty said. I very much appreciate you saying it out loud there for me. Yeah, so again, nothing that I could say about BM being the traitor. A mascot being a traitor, I don't think particularly happened in the series, so let's just avoid the whole traitor topic altogether. But essentially, BM being a traitor is like, alright, okay, I didn't expect it. But alright, sure. Do I care about it? No, not really. But it is what it is. Renegade, sure, let's go Renegade. Let's go with the terminology in this game, but still, I was like, alright, okay. I'm like a Farah at the last cutscene of Eternia. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty much it. But anywho, we're just talking more about why BM is the traitor, because apparently we didn't have much time to talk about it while we're on the ship. But essentially, this is good. This is good. Aizen apologizing to Eleanor was really, really good here. Like, it's the little things, you know?
I must apologize as well.
Traitor, Renegade. Yeah, I think if we could push forward the Renegade trope, but the unfortunate thing is that, like, there's too much of it, like, deep-seated in the series and the fandom that I don't think they're gonna be, like, not joking about it for Tales games to come, like, especially with the Rise coming out, like, tomorrow, in fact, if you own it on Steam. I don't own it on Steam. I'm going to be playing it on PS5 when I find the time to do so. I'm going to be doing that when I get to it. But anyway, let's see if we could run away from this. I'm not dealing with any of these folks right now because, again, we already had our demonstration encounter. Let's see how fast we can run away. I'm so happy that we don't have to do this kind of running anymore. Again, like, this game does, like, oh no. I remember those elephants from the Zestiria dungeon. They were like in hue of blue and very terrifying. Actually, I don't think they're particularly terrifying, to be honest. It's more so like on the level where it's like, oh, it's more so I get reminded of the dungeon and I see those blue elephants. It reminds me of the puzzle there. Oh, that snake almost got us. Should we do some ended matchment? I guess this would be a good time to do so, because we're not going to be doing any shopping for a while here, so please bear with me as I sort this out first thing. How are we doing in terms of strength here? Ooh, magic defense goes up a lot with the Feldspar Spear, so I might buy one of those. Also, I might get this for... the thing is, you still have to be a little bit frugal with your money. Even though you get more money, the game also recognizes that as a lot of equipment will cost a lot as well. Let's see here. If we could keep I don't think... Yeah, this feldspar ribbon is a good. This, no, earrings aren't good either. Ooh. Pendant might be really good. Ooh, pendant looks really good right now. Yeah, let's get the quartz pendant then. How about waistcoats? How are we doing in terms of waistcoats here? 275, 399. I kind of wish like they could have like let you actually. Oh, this is much easier. Oh my gosh, I'd never even seen the screen before. Wait, can I? Oh my gosh, this might be easier for me to measure things with than. Oh my gosh, this is so much easier. But if only you could like pick it in the shop menu here. Darn it. Well, okay. Anywho, I'm just gonna stick with what I'm familiar with right now. Let's see if we could get the waistcoat on here. I think Aizen might benefit off of it. Oh, his attack goes really low though. Rokuro, same Rokuro. Well, I think that's the thing with the quartz waistcoat now that I'm looking at it. Let's see. I think Rokuro... No, I think Laviset might be best for that. Feldspar... Not seeing too much. I should get the cheapest waistcoat here. Feldspar... Yeah, that's certainly not going to help. How's the shell ring looking? Shell ring is looking really good for Laviset. Well, a little bit good for Laviset. Really good for Aizen, though. Holy smokes. Let me see his attack. Oh, actually, that might decrease it quite a bit. Maybe you should buy one shell ring to sort of play around with it. When it comes to the other side of the party, I don't think they're gonna benefit too well off of this shell ring. Nope. Okay. Fatigue ward, not particular. Actually, we get a decrease in magic defense, but we get a slight increase on attack. So it's certainly not worth it. Also, quartz boots. Let's see here. Are we doing well with that? 349. That's not particularly good. Maybe. Ooh, it looks like Velvet can take a very good advantage with the quartz boots. Even though the magic defense will go down a little bit, I think it's okay. Oh, Magilu benefits a lot. Holy smokes. Well, unfortunately, the second quartz boots I have here is really expensive. Maybe I should just have the... this is way too expensive, the quartz boots right here. I think I'm just going to end up buying 3 pieces of equipment. Or did I end up buying 4? Yeah, okay, we're buying 4. 4 pieces of equipment. No, 5. We got the Feldspar spears. Okay, so we got one for Eleanor, Aizen. Who else was it? This was for, I think it's what we said for Laviset. Yeah, Laviset, waistcoat. The ring is for Velvet, and the boots were for Magulu, I believe. Yeah, that sounds right. I think that's what I said. Okay, let's see if we could get all 4 of these. You know, it would have been a great thing if we could have, like, equipped it right away from the screen here. So now I have to remember who equipped what, basically. Like, I think that was a feature in the Exilia. Yeah, Exilia 1 and Exilia 2 definitely had it, but they kind of just dropped it in Zestiria onward, which is a little bit unfortunate, because now I have to, like, keep track of, okay, what did I get for who now? Felt like a bit of a step backward, I like to say. Okay, we got the Feldspar Spear. What else did I get? Aizen, I got his quartz pendant. Okay. And for Laviset, we got the waistcoat for him. And the ring is for Velvet, I believe. There we go. Actually, let's see if Laviset can benefit off that. Yeah, he benefits a lot. Okay, I'm giving that to Laviset. Maybe that was my decision in the first place. And finally, the boots were handed over to Magulu here. Alright, so The thing I have to be mindful of now is, first I've got to dismantle stuff, so let's get rid of the Valkyrie, Mana Lance, Memory Locket. It's been fun, but it's time to move on. Get rid of that, Slow Ward, and finally the Calcite Boots. And who needs enhancements the most? Because BG has to be at 5, Aizen, and Magulu, which makes sense. So let's see if we could boost something of Magulu's here. Start off with something that doesn't have any enhancement at all, starting with the Shock Ward here. And for Aizen, we'll do his Shark Ward as well. Boots, oh, you can get an upgrade for Magulu here for her boots. Pendant for Aizen. I think that might be enough to get them to 5 BG. Perfect. How much more enhancements can I do here? Ooh, we could enhance the Kurogane daggers. Yeah, let's get that going. And okay, so what I have left is Calcite, Silver, and ooh. Now I have a decision here. Do I want to boost up Lofty-Sets, or do I want to boost up Magulu's? Magulu is currently sitting at 6 enhancements, whereas Lofty-Sets at 8. So definitely let's enhance Magulu here. Okay. And finally, we got the boots here. Let's boost up Eleanor's, and we should be good to go. Alright. Actually, one minor thing. Let's sell stuff. We gotta get as much sales as possible while we're still here, so... Alright, now we're good. Okay, so we're gonna have to head down. You know what? Am I gonna miss Titania? No. I'm pretty sure that should be obvious. I don't think anybody's gonna miss Titania at this point in the game. So, let's just enjoy it while it lasts, I suppose.
So, you all got away.
It was all I could do to flee. I have lost face.
You don't have a face.
Yeah, I get lost in Titania a lot too, so that's why I'm not gonna miss it. So, I mean, I'll have the memories of all the pain and anger trying to navigate myself around here, but at the end of the day, I'm not gonna deal with this place ever again. I'm very happy about this, but I do like how, like, one little tidbit I do like is that our NPCs here that we acquire, it kind of does feel like, what are the words I'm looking for? It's kind of cool that we were able to pick up, like, people that we fought before, and we know that they can, like, handle themselves. Like, usually a lot in, like, other Tales of games, I noticed that, like, when NPCs try to, like, support or, like, say that, oh, we're gonna help and fight in combat, and you haven't really seen them in battles, like, sure, you could tell me that, but because we fought all these, Therians before as bosses, we know they can handle themselves just fine. So it's a nice little thing that I'd like to see with regards to the NPCs having more of an emphasis of how they can protect themselves. Well, even this noble, I mean, at least he has like a Therian Griffin here, so it's kind of good that this Griffin can protect the prince at any point in time.
Artorias is here?
He is. I overheard some exorcists mention it.
Artorias.
It's time, Velvet. It's time to exact your revenge for your little brother.
Besides, we're so close to deciphering the ancient book.
I know. We'll escape from the rear docks. Follow me.
Watch out, Princey Wincy. You ain't no Therian. If Griffin gets there first, we're leaving you behind.
Understood.
poor Prince. Poor Prince. Yeah. Way to put him in his spot there, Magalu. Like, it's the unfortunate truth, but, you know, it's kind of like, I feel bad for the prince because he feels like he wants to be a part of this family, but unfortunately he was... Well, anywho, let's see if we can get back to the start. I think we have to go this way? I hope I know where to go. I think I have to go back here, actually. Yeah, here's the whole getting lost thing. I hope I can make sure I know that the direction I'm going in is the right way, so... yeah, actually, yeah, this is the right way. Okay, so we should be doing okay, I hope.
Will Artorias use an
The
Armaris as
good
well?
marker to know that you're going the right way is when you see the skit right over here.
The Abbey's leader would risk using an
Skits are
artifact in his
important.
own life, but
The shepherd's reputation would be ruined if he self-destructed over some botched formula. On the other hand...
Oh, formulas. What is the formula? What is the stability? Sorry. Like, you know what? When they keep talking about formulas here, formulas that, maybe it's a subtle callback to Vesperia, but I
Why else would
I
he try to
guess
survive
it could
Innominat?
be. Sorry, it's just painful memories of keeping track of Rita every single time she plot dumps. So, that aside, I guess we could accept that as a sort of quote-unquote reference because formulas aren't really brought up at all, like in this game until this point. Similarly to like Berseria, I don't think there were too many formulas brought up there either. I could be misremembering, but I don't recall too much about there being talked about. Oh, a particular formula for an art to get the right ingredients or something, or materials, but it's just comparing it to Zesty and Berseria, you don't really hear that talk too often. See if we can avoid these encounters as much as possible, because once again, I'm more frightened of the Mook encounters compared to the bosses themselves, because as we have demonstrated yesterday and I think the day before, when they start casting magic and chaining their magic with each other, then you're gonna have a very bad time. That's for sure. Okay, that's totally the wrong way again. Lovely. Let's see if I could turn around over here. Oh, sorry. Brave Berseria, I'll answer the question here. Essentially, when it comes to the stream, I don't know exactly when it's gonna take place, because I'm waiting on Tales of Arise Collector's Edition to arrive. Again, it's coming from Bandai Namco, because I don't know when it's going to arrive, but I could say at most it could probably happen, if I could make an estimate, maybe in the afternoon or evening. We'll see what happens. I'm still more so waiting to see if the Collector's Edition will arrive in the first place. More so I also have to organize the entries and whatnot too. Oh, Velvet, you can't resist, can you? He's here, isn't he? You're ready to do some combat. Exact some revenge. That's what we've been doing since the start of Act 1. Let's do this.
Save everyone.
Oh, actually, speaking of mooks, look at these guys jumping up from... it's like the similar animation that we saw when we saw our heroes jump off from the exact same railing as well the first time. Speaking of getting lost between like the back and the front entrances, they look very similar for obvious reasons, so you can kind of like mistake, am I in the right entrance or not? But yeah, you know what? The only one that we don't see is like we haven't seen yet is the fire armadas. We've seen the wind armadas, we've seen the water and earth. Kind of makes you wonder where the fire armadas is.
Aye, aye, but don't die. You hear me?
Crazy kids.
We're not going to die. We're going to kill.
Well, usually I hear that line ending we're going to live, but I suppose kill is another way of putting it, considering the game that we're playing. Anywho, more of the same, just don't get caught between the streams. Oh my goodness. That was pretty rough. Let's see here. Also, yeah, definitely the winner will be emailed when I do the draw as well. So if you haven't received an email about winning, then yeah, you may have not won you definitely haven't won the giveaway, unfortunately. Oh, I hate that fatal blow thing. Like, it used to be really good when we played as Saray, but certainly not now if it's gonna be used against us. I need to change my art setup a bit. Something weird about... I don't really like Rising Falcon as an ending art, but whatever. We're just gonna keep it for now because I don't really want to play Velvet too much. We're just doing it for the purposes of this dungeon because it's very much Velvet relevant. And same with the next one for that matter. Alright, let's keep pushing through. Can we get the Ender in, please? I forget. I haven't played Velvet often. I completely forgot how to set off the Ender. You gotta keep mashing it though. I know that much, but I don't know specifically what it is. Like, I went through my soul quite a lot there, actually. Alright, keep on going. Good old Discord. Never change. Don't ever get acquired by anything. Discord should never be taken by anything else, because Discord is way too strong and overpowered right now. Especially for people. The people type enemies. Or people in general.
What do we do now?
We'll head to the front docks.
Well, we're gonna have to head off to the other way.
I take it.
That's where the Abbey's main forces will be concentrated. And Lord Artorias should be there too.
Oh, it's time.
Better.
Velvet's been waiting for this.
But we We still don't
We've
have
been
a
waiting
ship
for this
of
too.
Innominat.
I told you, if you want to die, do it alone.
I'm not asking you to come with me.
Go with the Therians. Go ahead, Eisen, do it.
Use me.
Oh.
Percival.
You know what? Actually, I like
Griffin
this.
got away.
Percival realizes his role.
If you use
He
me as
realized he could
hostage,
like help and
You
whatnot.
should be able to steal a ship.
This is
I
pretty
won't work
good.
for this, but don't expect gratitude.
I
A
don't.
prince that realizes his role. Let's go.
Looks
Let's
like
go,
this is our
Prince
best
Percival.
and only bet.
Yo, look at the eyebrow raise over there from Eisen. He's like, I ain't buying this. But we're gonna go anyway. We're gonna try it out anyway. Did we really get our expedition that quickly? Holy smokes, time flew really quickly. Berserker Palmer. I like the description of that one. Anywho, let's set them off on an expedition. Now we're
Going
gonna
to
have
the front
to head off
docks
to
to
the other
escape.
side.
Don't forget that.
I know. Arthur's first maxim, right?
We're going to the front docks. Well, Isaac, that doesn't really particularly tell me much because even though, like, I'm told to go to the front docks or the back docks, a lot of the time the navigation tells me to say, go find Eleanor, go find, what's her face? Sorry, I'm winding down. Who's the Norman that we were learning from? The one who was like translating the ancient tongue. Why is her name slipping my mind right now? Holy smokes! But that one, like the navigation hasn't been particularly helpful of telling me which one's the front and which one's the back. I actually thought what we were at was the back when we've been returning all that
I'm
time.
not sure she'll be able to escape.
Why is that name slipping my head? She's very important. Oh my goodness.
She can do
Oh
it
my
again.
goodness.
I hope so.
No, literally, I literally blanked. I'm not even kidding. I completely forgot the character's name. Oh my gosh. Anywho,
When the time comes.
Maglu being serious here. Like, I mean, the moments where Maglu is serious, yeah, she's being very wise. She's kind of like
When the time
she kind of reminds me of like the mentor characters every now and then. But then it's hard to get a little bit absorbed into it, I guess, from my perspective, because like when I get absorbed, when I see it happen more often, it's not particularly interesting or reveals too much about what Magilou really went through. Like it comes when it's revealed. It's like, all right, that's kind of interesting, but it doesn't really add too much. I want to say compared to other characters I've seen in this party. That's for sure.
Well,
Yo, where's yo? I'm looking at them all standing across like that. Like, where's the director's cut of this? That's for sure. Yes, you. I forgot your name. What's your name?
This is terrible. Turn back now.
What? There's no way we can do that.
What did you just
I
translate?
finally deciphered the last part of the book. If what it says is true, then Innominat is already.
Ooh, that's a bit of a cliffhanger.
The coast is clear.
all right.
Perfect.
Let's make a break for the docks.
Velvet's like, can I see Artorias? Oh, well, you're gonna get your wish. It is time.
It's Lord Artorias, and
Filled in the blank, Rokuro. Do it. With your new Stormquell, forged by Orichalcum now.
Please, now's the time to negotiate for safe passage.
Step back, Your Highness. The girl before you wants nothing other than to kill me.
You better believe it.
You better believe it. Let's go.
Leaving.
Let me go. I have to save her.
That's right,
That's
Laphicet.
gonna happen, kid. Don't forget you're my ticket out of here too.
I'm not your tool.
Ah, there's a one punch.
Try to stop me and I'll take you down. Even you, I.
Yeah, Laphicet. Well, let's let them have their little duel here. Let's go for the more important thing over here. Wait, did Velvet just one claw that enemy? Pretty accurate, to be honest. Considering how Velvet is in battle, besides the AI controlling Velvet, that's pretty accurate.
Sword. Is that Orichalcum? Good job, little bro. Never seen that before. Damn right.
Speaking of One Punch, I think like Shigeru's voice actor is the same as the dub One Punch Man. You should watch season 2 of Alright. Here it is. I didn't expect this. I don't think too many people expected this. Because, yeah, they really did a good job, like, building it up from the beginning up to this point. And it makes sense. The thing about things that are, like, unexpected, they have to make sense. If it doesn't make sense, then you're gonna lose your audience completely. Like, here, like, it catches you off guard, but it makes sense. So, I'm glad that Berseria had this twist coming up right over here. Because our good little brother ended up being on Artorias' side. And I was like, whoa, what is going on here? I was very confused. What is happening? I certainly did not expect this. It's so good.
Right. I am Laphicet Crow. And more. I am also Empyrean Innominat, the Suppressor.
I don't think anybody expected this. Did somebody expect this? I don't think anybody expected this. Like, holy smokes. The whole point of this entire game is for, like, Velvet to get revenge for his little brother, but now her little brother has been the antagonist all this time.
Just another illusion.
There you go, Velvet. You said it. Alright, so Innominat here is, well, you just have to survive. If you can't survive, then you're gonna die, like this. So make sure to survive. And I remember my first time playing, because I was playing it on hard, I was like, Innominat kept killing me so many times, I was like, what is going on? Why can't I do anything? I thought, like, I really had to, like, do some form of damage, but you have to survive for quite a long time, considering the amount of damage, Innominat does. So just be mindful of this. Survival is very much important, but you do have to survive for quite some time. Especially like when it comes to, actually, it doesn't look like it's so bad. You know what? Maybe I'm just misremembering. But I remember like my first time playing this game, it was like you kept constantly casting insubstantiality. And insubstantiality was like. It kept killing everything. Maybe I was just unlucky during the time. That's probably what happened.
This boy is Empyrean Innominat the Suppressor.
I don't know what it was for my first run, but I just couldn't understand what was going on. But it took like maybe 2 or 3 tries for me to realize, like, how to survive, essentially.
Sorry to burst your bubble, but you were a wee bit late.
And we also learned about the
The
Therians.
amount of malevolence the Therians devoured. What we needed to awaken him
Was 8 different types. Greed, conceit, lust, cowardice.
If ever we can make the connection to malevolence and sinning, there it is.
Had already obtained by the time you managed to tear the Therians away. That leaves just the 2 that Velvet carries inside her. Once Innominat has them, he will fully awaken.
Alright. I mean, technically she did eat the Therians, essentially, that she keeps inside. Well, one is herself, the other one is Teresa, so... But yeah, this is a big moment where Velvet is, like, completely, like, out of it, essentially. Like, I really like this, and what we're going to be seeing later on is certainly going to be interesting. Also, shoutouts to the design of Innominat here. It kind of reminds me of, like, Dow's from Tales of Fantasia. And to an extension, what happens in Vesperia, not Vesperia. Well, I guess Vesperia also counts, now that I think about it. Vesperia as well with Symphonia as well. Ow. Ow. Alright, take care of Ray Berseria. Hope your dog will do well. But yeah, you know what? I remember at this, like, when this game was being promoted, the voice actress for Laffy here, like, said, "I'm playing Laffy in Tales of Berseria. It's gonna be fun." And I'm like, well, from my perspective, it's like, oh, you seem like you have a very minor role, but I'm glad you're happy about it. And then when I saw this reveal, I'm like, oh, it all makes sense now. I see why you're happy to play as Laffy in this game. So I guess it makes sense. It makes sense after playing it, that's for sure. Before I'm like, oh, okay, well, I'm glad you're happy. I'm glad you're happy that you're playing Laffy.
Is that why you wanted me to go away?
But yeah, like when you replay this game, you kind of see little hints and pieces of why Laufey did what he did. It's kind of cool to like sort of make the connections every single time you like replay it and look at things again. And particularly in the prologue, there was like a little hint that he had said to sort of like contribute to this end result. And we're certainly going to be learning more about it as we progress through the next dungeon for sure. But poor Velvet here is having a very... She is really having a moment where she's losing it. She's losing everything right now. All of her main motivations up to this point, she is now being conflicted. Look at this. She even wants like Fee to heal Laufey here. Also, it's a very good effect on Velvet's voice actress, like Christina V. Very good work here. It's a nice contrast from what we've... Oh, jeez, this line.
It's that sort of selfish emotion that creates malevolence.
I never wanted you to avenge me. Jeez, way to flip Velvet's like whole motivation in this game upside down. I love that. I love that. I mean, Velvet's arc is not particularly my favorite of the cast, but there are good moments like this that I can appreciate.
That ugly malevolence in you.
And it's so interesting because like so many times in Tales, like they write very good sibling relationships, so for them to suddenly use it as a platform for the villain, I mean, I didn't expect it. There's so many games that dive into good brother and sister relationships that like that's even more for me to be thrown off guard with this reveal. Like they never really do this too often with like a brother and sister relationship. I mean, I guess you could kind of say Tales of Destiny, but but with the other titles, it's been mostly like it's been very consistent with regards to how like they have the brothers and sisters care for each other in their own different ways. So to sort of like see this happen, it was like again adds on to it being a bit of a mind-blowing moment for me.
Don't worry, my wounds will heal once I have eaten you, sister.
Oh no, it's the ominous light that threatens to engulf us! Run! Run! Where's Colette when we need her? Or Berseria for that matter.
Everything I did for you. How could you?
Christina V deserves an award. Well, for this work, I'd say so.
It's because of what you've done that I need to make amends.
Or at least a nomination of some
so
sort.
Many people. And all for
I don't know too. Granted, I can't really speak much about other games and voice actors and actresses' work. I can only just base it on Tales. So, yeah, Christina V does do a good job. Well, it looks like Fee was the one to save us from this ominous light, as we're able to escape. Laufey pulled the It's Nothing card on Velvet, and that's why this whole story happened. Kinda. I'd say so. I'd have to revisit the prologue again to, like, really see it, but I guess you could kind of put it that way.
A weapon can't just be hard, you know. It's gotta be flexible, too. Or it'll snap.
What do you want? I like how Artorias is constantly annoyed by Shigure every single time, and when the two of them like share screen time together, it's the little things basically. Like obviously Shigure poses as a bit of a threat for Artorias, but yeah, it's a little bit amusing.
It's all according to my plan, Your Highness. Let us return to the capital.
And everybody, what does that mean in Japanese? Oh, this place looks familiar. Can't wait to see some Mystic Cage action, or I forgot Critical Blade was the other one. Yes.
What just happened?
It's interesting how this is actually something here in this game again. Well, to be fair, they do borrow it from Tales of Berseria, so it makes sense that they would use it in this game. But at the same time, it's like, oh, it's kind of amusing to call back to.
It looks like our awakened friend Innominat is using the land as his vessel. In other words, this Earth Pulse is now part of his body. I was able to flee him only because I found a rift in the Earth Pulse as it formed.
Yeah, so it looks like Innominat is using the land for his body now, so... This is, again, all setting up for what happens in Berseria, essentially.
Bravo! You do have a talent.
Ah, it's number 1.
Oh,
So this reveal was a little bit... I don't, like, I think it was revealed here. Also, I think this was spoiled. Because, somebody on AC, like, no, not AC. Somebody who was, setting in the entries to the Innominat Chronicles contest, they put in, Magulu's full name, and I'm like, oh. I was going through the entries, I'm like, oh, thanks for spoiling that for me. So, I knew Magulu had a connection to this particular character in Berseria. Like, you didn't have to put the full name. You could have just put Magulu. I would have got it. It's like way to flex on knowing the game when I didn't need to know it. But that aside, whoever that person was, as time's passed. But in any case, yeah, with the reveal for Magulu, I think it happens here, if I'm understanding correctly, but certainly, it makes sense, but it's still a little bit, I don't really feel too much about Magulu. I'm sure there's more inside material, particularly I think the collector's edition, it came with the Witch's Tale, which I still have, but I'm not too much of a reader myself. So, but maybe someday I could have read it, but I wasn't particularly interested. And some actual genuine pain from Magulu right there.
You're awake. I'm glad to see you're okay. It looks like we got sucked into the Earth Pulse.
Oh, what is this? Like Act 1, the transition to Act 2 is an Earth Pulse, and from Act 2 to Act 3 is another Earth Pulse? Man, this does... So what, are you going to tell me like the final act, we're going to be ending it off in an Earth Pulse? Yeah, here's our Velvet.exe has stopped working. We need to have an update patch for our Velvet right now.
It was all for him. I killed for him, but he said I was ugly. Nothing. Nothing. All for nothing.
Somebody wake her up, please. We need her for the next part. Anyway, but yeah, like, jokes aside, like, yeah, you could tell that, like, Velvet's whole world is turned upside down.
You're awake.
But she's lucky to be sitting right here with her vessel and the little brother she calls Laphicet. I don't know. Anywho, failed reference aside, let's just see if... Thankfully, Velvet was able to snap out of it really quickly. And essentially, let's see if we could keep pushing on forward with this. Again, the Earth Pulse from Act 1 to Act 2 and Act 2 and Act 3 is so boring. But at least, like, from Act 2 and Act 3, we do get some more answers for questions that we are having, especially once we finish the end of Act 2.
I'm sorry. Velvet!
You alright, Velvet? I know a lot has happened, but... Oh, here we go. More Historia.
Time to wake up.
Grumble, grumble, little buddy.
I told you to stop calling me Laffy. I'm not a little kid anymore. Grumble, grumble, huh?
Grumble, grumble. There's something about that line that's just something I always just make fun of every single time.
No, this is different. A vision of the past?
Oh, now Innominat is mocking Velvet here. And we're going to be seeing more of that as we keep pushing forward.
It was easy. I'm used to it by now. All right, we're getting out of here with your power.
But now! We've got to find Aizen and the rest.
Whoa.
I said now!
Enough! Stop it!
It's a good thing Eleanor here is to keep Velvet in line a bit. If it weren't for Eleanor, I think things would have ended very, very differently there. It's a good thing she is here with us.
You must calm down.
Oh no, Velvet.
Fine.
You Eleanor, you rebooted Velvet. She's now back to factory settings. She even drops the comb too. Alright, we're back here at the Earth Pulse. Let's go.
Whatever the case, we have to get out of here. Let's keep moving for now.
Yeah, I guess so.
Those specters are going to be an issue because they're going to reappear like that and they cast spells. And the worst part is that we don't even have Magilou with us. So, run. Please run as fast as you can. Use a Break Soul if needed. Actually, I used a Break Soul really poorly there. I forgot you had to use it in front of an enemy for a second there. Saving is also a good thing. So I'm going to go back and save right now because there could be a moment where I could get caught off guard. And might have to restart. So make sure to save. If you don't, then you're gonna get screwed. Because I don't want to be doing all those cutscenes again, that's for sure. I'm so glad I remembered to go back and save. Alright. Yeah. So those specters are gonna be a real issue here, but we're gonna see if we can push on forward. The worst part is that we're not gonna be getting Magilou for quite some time here, so that's why you gotta be even more careful about how you navigate the Earth Pulse. But yeah, just like other fields in this game, and similarly to Berseria, they are very linear, they are very long, they are very drawn out. So I mean, I guess you could kind of draw a bit of a parallel with the game like Tales of Excilia, because if you call the final dungeon, you kind of just teleport around too. So it kind of has a bit of a familiar or similar vibe, but again, I can't comment about Excilia. So like in this game, especially like going through these Earth Pulses is very similar to like what you're gonna see. Like, oh man, these fields are really long and drawn out. You could also see it in like games like Tales of. Well, I mean, even like earlier in the dungeon that we were at the Reef, like they're also long and drawn out too. Like the one that we went to before, Palamides Temple. Like there's a lot of it where it's like, oh, we gotta walk really long and all that, really long and far. But don't mind me. I'm just saying my preferences. I do like them short with like very, very intricate puzzles, but that's just me. That's just me. Minus, you know, the block pushing that scarred me since Tales of Symphonia.
That boy who called himself Innominat. Could he really be Velvet's younger brother?
It could have been an illusion intended to torment her. Don't you agree, Eleanor?
I do. Velvet's objective is avenging her brother after all. We've all seen how strongly she feels about it.
Seems kind of real if you ask me. Well, granted, I do know the script, so I probably shouldn't be speaking from this perspective. But I think here, like at this point, I was more so curious to see what's going to be revealed next, if it was truly real or not, I guess. But even back then, I'm pretty sure I knew it was like, oh wow, this is a twist. If it was an illusion, that would have been cheap, is what I'm trying to say.
Real Laufey could do such a thing.
Could it be possible that Innominat was reborn into her brother's body?
I don't know. But if that was the case, I'm not sure Velvet would be in so much agony.
Yes, I guess. Innominat actually being Velvet's brother. It makes a twisted sort of sense.
All of us. That's all of us at this point in the game, what Eleanor just said.
It's too awful.
It's so twisted, but it makes sense. As long as the twist makes sense, that's all that matters. If you're making twists for the sake of twisting, then you're gonna end up with really tangled customers who don't understand what you're trying to tell us. Let's avoid these specters, please, for the love of everything. I don't want them to do this.
Extremely wary.
Oh my goodness. Give me a soul. I'll use a break soul, and then I'm gonna run away. Look at the rate of how quickly Velvet HP goes down. It starts slow and then it goes like it's like a much faster version of like the Earthbound counter, like the health counters in that game. They go really, really fast. Oh my goodness, no. This is worse. This is way worse. It would be faster to actually beat these guys up. Not quite sure, but I'm not gonna risk it yet. Let's just keep running away anyway, as long as we get the true Velvet title. Running from castles is probably the worst. Yeah, heck yeah. We really need the whole like runaway feature or something. I'm gonna see if I can sneak in and pick up that treasure chest though. You just replayed Berseria a while ago? Well, that's good to hear. getting hyped for Arise. Pretty much like what we're all looking forward to at the end of the day. I'm looking forward to playing it when I get to playing it. Again, I did mention I'm not going to be playing it right away, but for those who are going to be playing it right away, yeah, I hope you guys really have a good time with it, that's for sure. I think I will be playing it by the end of this year. I can't make any promises, but we'll see. We shall see. But yeah, this dungeon is so linear. It's so linear. Very much hyped since the reviews came out. Well, that's good to hear. That's good to hear. Alright, we can't play right away. They are yeah. Well, I had a backup for that, but I don't think I'll be playing it right away yet. Alright, it's popping off on Twitch. 28K. Oh, are those people who are like, I see. Are those people who have picked it up before and are like trying to drop their footage right away? Oh, it's Japan? It's Japan? Okay, sorry about that. My bad. My apologies. Is it currently... It's currently going to be September 9th soon in Japan, right? So I guess I can understand people picking it up early. There's English videos too? Okay. Fair enough, fair enough. Well, it didn't officially drop yet, so let's keep the Arise content spoiler-free that we talk about here at least.
I'll be cooking up a stew for dinner, but would you care to join me?
No.
Oh, well, I guess the one thing you speak of Alphen is like Arthur's direction here is very similar to Alphen, that's for sure.
Once your belly is full of warm food,
oh, and there's the importance of the apple, everybody. Here is your importance. It's all about Silica and Arthur right over here. When it comes to Silica, I think her voice work is okay, but I think there could be a little bit more. I'm just being nitpicky. Marathon nitpicks. Overall, it's a-okay.
Well,
but I do like how like all these memories are now sort of like being brought up, and so that we could see how their relationship was prior to the events of the prologue.
Is proof that we're alive.
Favorite part of the game? Yeah, I think it's also my favorite part of the game, too. From here on forward, it's just going to be more pushing on forward, but I also want to see another character develop that I would like to see. We're going to go out of the way for, that's for sure. Oh, and that's when we know that he doesn't use quite his exorcist name either. Or his full name? I don't know. Which one was real? Which one wasn't real? I want to assume Artorias is his actual name. Arthur is just the name he wanted to use for his for a ball, essentially. I never really looked into that. There's probably a side quest that sort of like goes into it. I didn't do the side quest that's very important for Arthur because I think the conditions were a little bit too much. I couldn't prepare for it prior to the marathon. But yeah, one day I'll look into it. Definitely not after this, for sure.
The Earth and Historia.
I mean, I'll definitely look into this. We'll see when I'll look into this, basically, is what I'm trying to say.
In other words, an illusion of the past.
It's not an illusion. That was my sister. So, you managed to.
And now she's starting to realize that this is all real.
That's why she freed me from the prison.
Rokuro, have you recovered from your wounds?
Always thought Arthur was his real name? I guess so. Again, I can't really fully comment on it. It probably is his real name. I don't know what happens to the side quest. If somebody can say it without spoiling it, feel free, but that was my presumption at least.
And it's her little brother.
A blade can't just be hard. It's got to be flexible, or it'll snap the first time it meets an unexpected force.
Characters going through a grieving process. There are characters I like to say throughout the Tales series that do go through their own grieving processes. I like to say Rebirth comes to mind, Legendia, here or there. But I do want to say, because of the advantages of it being in a modern console, Berseria does certainly capitalize on it. On it being released on a modern console.
Remember, he's after Velvet.
And I do like how they use a mechanic that is certainly established in Zestiria to show said memories and all that. Not even like her memories, but more like memories that were advised by like Innominat or something along those lines.
We have to keep moving. Nothing will be gained by staying
Oh,
here.
you don't like that.
And we ought to look for Magilu. Even she doesn't deserve to be stuck here forever.
Even Magilu doesn't even deserve all that. Well, Magilu's kind of doing her own thing, essentially. Oh, those specters are everywhere.
So, what is this Earthen Historia you mentioned?
Yeah, so
an earth pulse is a
let Eisen explain. Eisen, explain.
the land. Wind blows, water flows, birds fly, flowers bloom. All actions in nature leave their mark on the earth pulse. These marks become etched within the land itself and remain a part of the earth pulse, like memories.
So it's a record of the world's past.
Does it remember human and Moloch deeds?
Everything that occurs is part of nature, including the acts of humans, Malachim, and even demons.
So that means that even this very conversation is being recorded in the Earthen Historia?
Anything bad I've done in secret.
I mean, it's pretty much like Eisen's role in this, other than his side quests. But basically,
Insults.
It's just an example. Pay it no mind.
Eleanor's like, oh no, am I gonna get caught? Oh no!
Specific memories from the Earthen Historia and showing them to Velvet?
I believe so. That's how Rokuro and I saw the same thing, even though we weren't there. With the Earth itself as his vessel. It's a trick only Innominat could pull off.
They're gonna catch me for what I say? Oh no! This Earthen Historia thing knows everything.
Right.
Oh wow, we really spent an hour and a half? Man, that is a huge bit of exposition we're going through right now. Holy smokes. Yeah, like the Earthen Historia, that's a mechanic that they brought from. I hate this. Hold up, let me hate on this first and then run away. Oh my gosh, 2 of them in a row. Okay. Jeez, these spells don't know when to quit. I hate running in this game. It's so bad, so bad. Just get out of here, please. Not worth my time. Not worth my time. It knows about the one time you didn't wash your hands. It knows. It knows everything. But, yeah, the Earthen Historia, they brought that back from Tales of Zestiria. And speaking of the Earthen Historia, I really liked how they handled it. Except for the last Earthen Historia, like in that game. The last Earthen Historia was like the wrong way to implement gameplay and narrative. Like you see it in Eternia, Eggbear, very good way of implementing gameplay and narrative. Zesty, when that happened, that last part when you're moving around everywhere, wrong way to do it. They should have just done like regular cutscene. I don't know what they were doing. They were sort of like what was I looking for? They were sort of like trying to make it more immersive, but really it felt kind of weird moving all over the place during that last one. I mean, collecting them wasn't too bad. The only thing that sort of like caught me off guard, I like to say, is that like the game, it feels like they were introducing us first like side quests, but they ended up actually being needed for the main quest. Like, that's my only gripe. But picking them up and finding them and seeing how they like explained the story of the character involved, it was like. It was kind of cool. It was kind of cool, like, seeing how, like, they were trying to say it all. Again, except for the final one, which was kind of weird. But, it was what it was.
Welcome home, Arthur.
Hi, Celica. I fixed the fence around the house.
Oh, the Triforce Hunt from Wind Waker. I should play that game someday. But this is sweet. Despite the context that we're receiving these right now, if it weren't for this Earth Pulse, I think this would have been like sweet little moments between Arthur and Celica.
If the brigands turn into demons, a mere fence won't stop them. Nothing. Don't worry about it.
Nanda Monai. Ananda Monai count is pretty small in this game compared to others, that's for sure. As I quietly eye games like Tales of Symphonia and Tales of the Abyss.
100 times that it's dangerous.
Luffy said probably badgered Velvet into going. Don't worry.
We're gonna bring up the topic about Zestiria opinions again. Zestiria is still the most polarizing game in the series. I still don't get it. Like 6 years later, I still don't get it. 6 years ago, I could kind of get it, but oh my goodness. I still don't mind Zestiria. It's not horrible for me. I had a negative impression when I first played it, but when I replayed it, especially after playing this game, it wasn't so bad.
Of course I am. I never thought I could ever be this happy.
I'm waiting for it. Look at the beautiful happy couple here. They're gonna have a brand new addition to their family. So sweet. So sweet. What could possibly break this moment altogether, right?
I only wish I'd known earlier. I would have made something even nicer for you.
The anime is its own entity. The anime is doing its own thing. If you're going to connect the anime to Zestiria, even though it has it in its name, they're two completely different entities. And I'm more intrigued by it all the same because the anime is different.
Remind me of this happy day.
Let this serve as proof of our love.
Till death do us part.
I swear to protect you both with my life.
It must be like a mini marriage. I don't think they actually hold actual marriage. They probably do hold marriage ceremonies, but Velvet has enough of this like corny love story. Let's keep pushing forward. Velvet does not like this genre of material. It's too corny. Too many love stories. I can't take it anymore.
That's rich. You made me believe that tripe.
Oh jeez, she's really going wacky now.
It's all a pack of lies. His smile. His promise. Everything.
I have to bring it up one more time. Okay, Zesty, the game, it's like people who like the game don't like the anime. Mostly people who don't like the game like the anime. It's weird. It's weird altogether. Anywho, I think that's the most I want to say about it, but who knows? I might address it one more time if it keeps going that way.
To think I ate up his
Which one am I supposed to go here?
Without questioning a word. What a joke.
Yeah, again, this is still a very linear dungeon. It's not much like this field map is on the same level as like a Zestiria length. Like there's just so much I have to walk as far as. Like that's one thing I agree on. Like I don't like the length of the dungeons in the world map, that's for sure. Like in the fields and all that. But the trials were good. The battle system I like to say is better than this game's. Camera, it took a while to adjust to, essentially.
Probably not. That was when the two were alone and first getting to know each other.
We were seeing glimpses of a warm, loving family. But really, it just gave me the creeps.
Same here. I could keenly feel Innominat scheming behind everything we saw.
He's trying to get at Velvet.
No, yeah, Velvet's mood swing certainly makes sense.
I truly love Lord Artorias. Having that happy past thrust in front
Especially,
of her
like, as
this,
Eleanor pointed out
must
here.
be tearing her apart.
Probably. But a demon like me wouldn't understand.
What Velvet is going through is horrible. Even as a human, I can scarcely imagine what it must be like. But I approach it, just a little bit, because like her, I was his pupil.
Artorias said he needed 2 types of malevolence to awaken.
Oh, here's Eisen with the exposition dump. You might as well call him Exposition Eisen, because we gotta go for the alliteration, right?
As her brother. If all of that was planned to extract the malevolence from her, we'd all better brace for worse to come.
Thank you, Exposition Eisen. Alright, yeah, but then, yeah, more of this dungeon is more of avoiding enemies, making sure that you don't get caught in encounters, because all these enemies practically cast spells. So it even lowers the time for you to sort of, like, escape them. Alright, here's part 3. What's on the cinema this time? Ah, horror, my favorite genre.
This is Velvet's village.
This cinema has everything. Yeah, so this is a scene that was like animated in the very beginning of the game. So, like, now we're gonna see like the result of what happened from that point.
I'm coming.
Vision Central today. Oh dearie me. I mean, I guess you can make that connection.
I can't do that.
And this song also sounds a little bit similar to a song that you hear in Zestiria too, that we're hearing right now.
I want to have my life with you.
It kind of sounds like what you'd hear with the Malevolence and whatnot. Did she just push Arthur out of the way? Oh jeez. Oh, you can see them. Oh, that's disgusting. You can see the mouth of that thing from that perspective. Ugh. I don't get how they got in this situation. It was the Scarlet Knight from the first game, from the very beginning, right? Like, he was gonna go protect Silica and everything. Ooh, good work by Ray Chase here. I'm looking forward to his work in Tales of Arise. Hey, that's usually the flow of like voice work and whatnot. But why are they here and not at the house? Well, I don't think they had too much of a choice. The Scarlet Knight doesn't wait for you to be inside your house. That's what I want to say. Especially because, like, in the beginning of the game, like, Arthur was there trying to save Velvet and Laffy said it. Or, yeah, Velvet and Laffy at first. And they had to find Silica, because probably Silica was out there.
Well, Artorias. Humans are weak, filled with sin.
Yeah, you know what? You're going to hear with a lot of these voice actors that were villains and become like protagonists. I think the biggest villain for me that became protagonist would be Christina V, because she was the big villain of Exilia 2.
A sacrifice so that they could escape and hide.
No, they wouldn't.
I mean, I already gave... I mean, at that point, it's probably just, like, plot convenience. At this point, they ended up being there because they ended up being there. There's probably something I'm missing when it comes to Tales... when it comes to maybe the side quest or something. So... Like, the side quest is, what was I looking for? Maybe the side quest adds a little bit more to it. I don't know, I haven't seen it myself, so... that's as far as I can answer with that.
Don't tell me the Imperium.
The depth system is... No, it's not too bad at all. I'm just making a joke. It's just a silly joke. I know that... I for one know that I'm of the stance that knows the depth system is not bad at all, like in Tales of Exilia 2. All you gotta do is just beat the Gigantos and you're good. You're good to go. The elite monsters. And you have enough money for the next part. So it's not hard at all, really.
Why? Why must fate be so cruel?
It appears that Innominat's resurrection is incomplete. We must guide him until we understand.
Yeah, so this is our subtle way of learning that, like,
I'll be taking
not only, like, well, obviously we knew that, like, Silica is Ceres, but we learned that, like, Laphicet, number 2, was the unborn child. That also threw me off guard, too. I did not expect that. Like, 2 things that make sense that were unexpected, like, in a row. Good stuff. Like, this is a good part here, Berseria. I appreciate that. So, Tales of Berseria, once you get from Act 2 and Act 3, becomes a whole family squabble now. So, family ties, family squabbles is going to be very... That's going to be how the story is from here on forward, at least with the lead protagonist.
I will put an end to all the pain in this world.
Do you have it in you? You who abandoned my friend's ideals and...
Oh, and Melchior's friend, I think that was more so mentioned in the side quest, which, again, I didn't really have the time to see myself, but yeah, I am looking... I do want to look into it after this marathon, at least, that's for sure.
I have inherited the will and the strength of Claudin Asgard, former head of the Exorcists.
And wasn't Claudin also a name mentioned in Zestiria? Pretty sure it was.
Very well. Let tonight's tragedy change fate and birth salvation.
Yeah, so his name is most likely just Artorias. It's just really, really sad what happened here. Ah, horror. You know, this was the last... You know what? Interestingly, Velvet was the one who didn't slash that one Earth and Historia away. Maybe she was a fan of the horror genre.
Born as a Moloch. That means... What exactly?
The soul of a human who passed away can, given the
Exposition
right
Eisen.
be reborn as a Moloch.
You're saying that Artorias' child was reborn as Laphicet?
If what we saw was real.
I get why these scenes are here. These scenes are here to help, like, those who didn't quite get it, but... I can let this one slide, because this one was a little bit more on the subtle side, I like to say, compared to other moments.
But I ate her long ago.
You didn't know, right?
Oh, she knew. She knew.
I had already caught on to who
It's an interesting thing, because like in the anime, you don't see her acknowledge Ceres as her older sister for obvious reasons. But then when you see the same anime cutscene, which seemed like shot frame by frame in the anime here, the only difference that wasn't shot frame by frame was like when like you see her react to seeing Ceres' face. Like I like that you get more in the game here compared to the anime. Like it's the little things when it comes to stuff like that. Yeah, and again, interestingly enough, that's the one that Velvet didn't choose to break or something, so... Again, more so... Oh my gosh, these stupid specters. More so advising of, like, the whole, flow of how she's accepting all these facts one by one. Oh my gosh, they're casting! They're chain casting! Stop them! Stop them, please! Okay, just devour and run. Devour and run, devour and run. This is so terrible. Just get me out of here, please. The worst part is that the specters just like appear right in front of you, and my speed, I currently can't really avoid them. Okay, let's see if we could get another recipe out here. Prickle boar sausage. All right. Where am I supposed to go after this? I think this is okay. We don't even have Spell Absorber with us right now, but even with Spell Absorber, like the enemies pop up or keep casting spells way too quickly that it's hard to like really capitalize on it unless you get a lucky stun after you get the spell out from your first Spell Absorber. It's a little rough to deal with at the end of the day, but it looks like we're at the end right over here. It's time for us to fight. I think we saw this in Zesteria. It sounds like a boss that we would see, but this fight's gonna be particularly long and a little bit boring because a lot of it is just waiting and using the hits and break souling, so usual Velvet shenanigans. It's like my notes specifically say it's literally a Velvet punching bag, so go wild. But I do like how this boss kind of reminds me of like the final boss of DMC 2, where it's like all the random bosses and demons you ran into up to this point. Yeah, I can make my DMC reference now that I finished the series like 2 years ago. Anywho, well, the main series, that is. Let's see if we could get a good chain going on here. I think we should have the right moves for this. Where's Soaring Dragon? Actually, you know what? Yeah, that's a good point. Let's get our stun stuff going. Particularly I want to capitalize on the fire weakness, so that's why I kind of like went with it, but I guess we could go with 1 Tearing Thorn, 1 Swallow Dance, and then... Actually, no. 1 Tearing Thorn and the rest will be Soaring Dragon, since Soaring Dragon has like a stun to it. And the last one here... I had Cerberus Wave. Does that stun too? Yeah, it stuns. Okay, so that's going to be our chain for it. Alright, here we go. Let's take on this silly little boss.
Eisen, you said
after more exposition, Eisen, thank you.
Given the right trigger, right? Is that something that happens frequently?
I'm afraid I don't have an answer for that.
What?
We know that humans are sometimes reborn as Malakim, but not how or why.
But you are our exposition.
With greater resonance, but the process is still a mystery.
Resonance is a bit of a weird thing to follow at the end of the day. Like there is some consistency here or there throughout, like Zesty, Berseria. They're only just scratching the surface of it.
What are the chances of that?
It might not have been chance.
Arise PS5 dethrone Symphonia. Well, good on the rise.
Their rebirths may have
It may also say about the promotion of Arise, sort of like getting into the pockets of the reviewers at the end of the day. They probably send out a lot of review copies to get that sort of, for lack of a better term, clout. Tales of Symphonia, definitely when it came out, it was slightly better in terms of the popularity of the series, but it wasn't quite at the level of Arise when it comes to promotion. So I'm not surprised that there was a higher chance for Arise to get a higher rating on Metacritic if you care about that kind of stuff. I don't. I already know what I'm going to play. If I want to play it, then I know I'm going to play it. So, but I know a lot of people do. So more power to Arise, I suppose, and Metacritic.
Velvet and Laphicet are in rougher waters than any of us. They'll be looking to you to light their way.
Very good point.
I must remain
Very good
calm
point for
and
Aizen.
steady.
Okay. I know I keep making the joke about Exposition Aizen, but it's really coming up in this dungeon over here since we were just getting in from Act 2 to Act 3. I don't know what to feel about this boss fight. Again, it's really not much really to it. You just sort of like just wailing at the boss over and over again and just keep going.
An Earth Pulse rift. We may be able to get out from there.
Alright, let's see what's here this time. Oh, this is big. This is really big.
Two souls possessing powerful resonance and free of malevolence. These must be sacrificed on the Scarlet Night.
Ah, yes. The ceremony to resurrect Innominat. You read my book.
I haven't fully mastered the ancient tongue yet, but I have read your notes.
This is when you know this kid is way smarter than he looked. Especially when he was introduced to us when he was like really sick. Like, if the book was one thing, then all of this is another thing.
A soul with strong resonance. My own unborn son was sacrificed for that purpose. Now, Innominat's resurrection is half complete.
Because of that, everyone's resonance has grown stronger, enabling them to see demons.
Yeah, this kid is way smart for his like own good at the time. Like, look, this kid is like very observant for this, so it kind of makes sense for what he becomes later on here.
Person is sacrificed.
Innominat's resurrection will be complete, and his power will spur the creation of many new exorcists.
And there is another Scarlet Night very soon.
Yeah, Cliff, you hit the hammer on the head there. It's all about like new fans, since like the general gaming public likes to refer to Metacritic a lot. Not that I have anything against it, but that's pretty much how it is. I mean, not that I have anything against people going to Metacritic, but that's generally how the gist is.
Why do you think that birds fly?
That's 5. Took a while, but we got 5.
I think that birds fly because they must. Why else would they have wings if not to embrace the sky? I have wings too, weak as they are. That's why I must fly, now!
You know what, for all the jokes we keep making of why do birds fly, it's just on the same level as like Courage is Magic. You only hear it at the beginning and you only hear it near the end, so it's not as big as we thought. But when they do say it, when they do, it certainly comes up more in the beginning, that's for sure, for both cases.
The 12-year sickness. That's the name of my disease.
And you get a side quest to elaborate on the sickness too, which I didn't go to, but yeah, like it is certainly sad to see that Laphicet is sick in the first place.
Just be a burden on everyone until I die. I couldn't take it.
Your wings are your will, and they are strong.
It's also one of the books in the Logos Villa. Yeah, that's fair.
Please, you can't tell Velvet about this.
Yeah, so this kid was the cause of everything.
I promise.
Well, the gist of it, I mean, Arthur helps with it as well, but they're both a part of it. And this is the line. He says that exact same line in the prologue as well. Like, when you hear that at the very beginning, it's like, oh, wow. Like, at first, like, when you play the prologue, it's like, oh, okay, alright. You can kind of just, like, leave it alone. You're just more so happy about them embracing. Oh, Velvet, sorry. Velvet going off. Stop talking about wings! Stop talking about flying! I'm tired of this! Is my feeling, like, the common consensus of it.
Hey, what's everyone apologizing for? We're a family, right? Hurry back.
Why can't you tell Velvet? I don't get why you can't tell Velvet. Because he's a kid. At the end of the day, he's still a stupid kid.
I think you'll be an exorcist to rival even him. Shut up! He fell further than this back at the shrine.
You should have that more for Artorias than Laphicet. And you know what? They needed Velvet as a Therian. That's probably why they didn't tell Velvet either. Because they needed to make sure that the Therian needs to be produced in the first place. Because they mentioned it when they were getting to a ball that, like, they made the connection. They felt like, oh, they probably tested with Velvet first to be a Therian to awaken Innominat. So that's probably why they also kept her in the dark. And this is where Velvet goes. Yo, this is how Velvet should be going with her AI in battle. Use her Break Soul. Keep going. This is how you should be playing Velvet AI. I know you can do it. You're doing it in cutscene. I see you. I see you. And, well, let's just demonstrate it here.
Get out of my way, you disgusting monster!
Here is the, I don't remember, Chimera. Yeah, I forgot when this, I don't think this showed, probably showed up somewhere in Zesteria. Let's see what we can do with this. I don't even think I got my party right for this, actually. This might not be too good, I guess. Let me see what we got here. Man, my notes are a little bit all over the place. Oh, this looks fine. Okay, pretty much the only weakness you gotta be mindful of is fire. So just go all out with fire and you're good to go. This is why Isaac's gonna be really useless for this, but he could swap in if like your enemies are a little bit, if your party's a little bit on the low. Yeah, Kaleidos Ray. Oh, it also seems that we don't have our fire mage with us. You know, it would be nice alongside all the enemies we ran into. In any case, let's do this.
An amalgamation of multiple demons? It doesn't matter what it is. I'll devour it until it's dead.
So here's our Velvet punching bag, everybody. Let's get this started. Said let's get this started. This thing is blocking a lot, though. Maybe it needs Searing Edge as a start. That's why I'm probably not stunning it. Okay. Start with Searing Edge, keep going from there. There you go. This strategy won't get old by the end of this night, just as a forewarning ahead of time. Yeah, so we're going to be here for the long haul with this. Honestly, again, there isn't really too much to this fight. Just see if the enemy is going to do his Break Soul. He has kind of easy dodge to attacks. Granted, I am starting off with this, but whenever the enemy uses the Break Soul, that's when you can start using yours. Rinse and repeat, and things should be okay. Oops. Except when I don't remember the timing to dodge that simple attack. Pardon moi. Alright, now we should be okay now. Kaleidos Ray isn't really helping, is it? Maybe we should have Lofty do something else. Maybe Geostigma? Geostigma might be the better choice. Rinse and repeat. We're going to be here for a while, everybody, so I hope everybody's going to enjoy just exploiting weaknesses and all that. I don't even know what Rokuro's even doing. Maybe I should just turn off his fire arts, as we would like an old school Tales game. Keep his fire arts on, and that's it. Actually, what does this thing resist? Neutral and Earth. Okay, so let's just turn off Neutral and Earth on Rokuro then. Maybe that'll encourage him to fight a little bit more. Alright. Geosigma's not helping either. Okay, just get in there, Aizen. Aizen, let's just have him cast, I guess Wind Lance. Yeah, Wind Lance, Air Thrust, not Frigid Photon. Yeah, I guess Wind Lance and Air Thrust is good enough for Aizen. Let's see if he'll cause more damage, because Laphisa is doing nothing right now, so let's see if that will change things up. Oops. I thought he was going to get his Break Soul out. I don't know why I'm playing Velvet conservatively. I really shouldn't. I had this problem when I was like playing like practice Velvet. I don't know why I'm playing conservative Velvet for some reason. guess when I play like the other characters, it kind of just transfers over. So that's like my one thing when I keep going through different battle systems and games in general. Your break, Soul. Do I not have the other enemy type to hit for the weakness bonus? I forgot how to get advantage of the weakness bonus, I'll be honest. What is that? Hit Beast, Amorphous, and Fiend? Beast, Amorphous. I'm pretty sure I have it somewhere. Amorphous. And Fiend. Somewhere here. I guess I don't have Fiend. Yeah, it doesn't look like I have Fiend for Velvet, so I'm thinking of what I got, I suppose. Yeah, I'm thinking it's gonna take a while, that's for sure. Yeah, we're gonna be here for a while, everybody. So, I mean, again, this spot's just gonna be more of the same. Just like keep using Velvet's Break Soul, and essentially wait for the enemy to use their Break Soul to just rinse and repeat. Rinse and repeat ad nauseum. And then also get in a Mystic Card here or there. Did any soul pop out? I don't think any soul pop out. Roko really doesn't want to do anything, does he? Maybe he could help out with getting those weaknesses in. What was it? Fiend, Amorphous, Beast? Oh, we got this. Yeah, admittedly, I didn't really explore too much of this portion of the fighting system, so bear with me, but yeah, I guess I could do a little bit of exploring here. His HP is too low? Oh yeah, you're right. Good call, good call. Okay. I can't find any soul, though. There we go. I forgot he swipes back as if it was like a fly or something. There we go, now we got something going. Give me those souls. They're reserved for me, even though Rokuro's down. Thankfully, we got Eleanor or Aizen to wake him up. Mash, 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 mash. Rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat. Oops, I forgot to let it resolve all the way. My bad. Velvet had unique voice lines. Yeah, it would have been pretty cool, to be honest. Yeah, that's one thing Berseria does well, is that it handles the whole gameplay and narrative thing really well. Like, how it implements the two of them and whatnot. Like, I can always mention the Devil thing with the Medusa, but there's also, like, also, you know, the humans, they can't attack the Ceros. There's also the one thing where it's like, at one point in the game where Sorey doesn't know how to unarmatize, he can't do it unless, like, he learns how with Mikleo. We get it? Give me that soul, give me that soul. Rokuro, I swear that was mine! I know you only have one, but I have to be greedy right now with Velvet. Don't you want to get out of here as fast as possible there, Rokuro? Velvet is essentially anime Nero. What's happening here? What just happened? Was I caught with the paralysis? I think it was paralysis, wasn't it? I took my eyes away from the screen for a bit there. Look at Aizen hogging all that soul though. Yo, target me! I'm the one you should be targeting. This is my arc, not Aizen's. Aizen will get his later. Oh, there we go. That's more like it. You know, you can tell that, like, I don't particularly like playing as Velvet because it's been a long time since I've, like, just mashed and mashed with her. So, bear with me, but I seem to be playing a little bit more conservatively compared to other players. Oh, I forgot that happened. I forgot that happened. Get me awake, please. Please. Thank you. I forgot that was a thing. Anywho. Give me a soul. Thank you. One area where I thought gameplay narrative mix was bad. Nah, you know what? I think it was okay because, like, the cool thing about it was that, like, the arrow stunned the dragon. Even though I know the dragon wasn't really strong at the end of the day, I still think that, like, that still doesn't fault them for what they did with the people there during the Rising Up. I think Rising Up was still really, really cool, despite the boss not being too cool itself. But I think that moment would have been a little bit better if they used, like, somebody like a dragon we already know about prior to, I like to say. Jeez, can you give me time to go in front of you to use my break soul? Fair enough, EDM. If you don't like it, that's all good. I still think, for myself, Rising Up is like, oh, that's so good. It's like, it overtook, what's the other song? My Tales from, is it My Tales? Yeah, My Tales from Tales of Legendia. APA formatting. That brings, I hate writing essays. I never liked writing essays. I was not much of a writer. I know people who genuinely like it, so more power to them. We're done yet? 1,728. Don't die, anybody. Myself included. Do I know approximately when I'll announce the winner of the giveaway? I can't say, maybe tomorrow afternoon or tomorrow evening. We'll see. Oh no! It's Velvet as Aetherian before she put on Ifrit's clothes. Now that was the cherry on top of this disaster cake. This disaster Velvet cake.
This farce is just another of Innominat's illusions.
Farce? How callous. That farce is the true face of
And this
my
kid is
sister.
having a good time, isn't he?
She hates, resents, devours, and kills. She tramples people, cities, everything, living only by her emotions. What
And she
an
skateboards
ugly,
around too.
tainted
Like, who
soul.
skateboards nowadays? It's 2021. No, I don't mean that. I don't mean that.
Nothing you say will matter. She knows. She knows if it's the truth.
No, it's not. We don't know for sure if she's got Ifree's clothes, but it kind of makes sense to me because like Ifree broke out and the clothes are just chilling there. It kind of just makes sense to me at least. That's my own conclusion drawn from how she got these clothes.
You hurt so many innocent people, didn't you?
More than I can count. I devoured and killed so many.
Without even knowing Arthur's true aims.
I destroyed people. I destroyed whole towns.
And worse yet, you didn't even show mercy to your own sister's reincarnation.
Wow, what a low blow. Come on, Luffy, come on. I mean, Innominat. Innominat. I don't know. Innominat.
I chose to
That's
become
totally
a
wrong, but
sacrifice.
it was worth a shot.
For you, sister.
No, I got it. Innominat. There we
If
go.
you try to stop the resurrection, wouldn't my death be all for nothing?
Jeez, this kid is just embracing the fact that, yeah, you used me as your motivation for this whole game, while you've been using that motivation incorrectly. You're nothing without me. You couldn't do anything without me. It's like, jeez, Innominat. Innominat, chill.
All of it.
Yes. It was all for nothing. And for no one. I hurt so many people. All for no reason. I'm a monster.
A monster, a monster.
You have to atone for your sins.
Turned into a monster.
Once
Just
I eat
keeps
the final
getting stronger.
inside you, I'll fully awaken. Give them to me. Give me your
Oh no.
your
Is it
despair.
indignation? Well, not quite, but I think... Wait, what am I saying indignation? I don't think the final boss of fantasy should never cast that. Oh, definitely not. Okay, this is the moment. This is the big moment.
Hoped that you could live in a world without pain and sadness. But you're a monster now. You don't belong there.
And she's just accepting it too, jeez. Here we go. No! Faster! There, now you got her. Everybody, hold on tight! Well, there goes Therian, Velvet.
We have to go.
Alright, I'm gonna let Laphicet take the floor.
If you don't, you'll die too for no reason.
No!
A twisted monster like me doesn't deserve to live. Don't you understand?
You're the reincarnation of the first sacrifice. Part of me. Don't worry. I'll devour you too.
Punch this kid in the face.
Laphicet, tell this self-absorbed idiot what she needs to hear!
Thank you, Eisen.
Please. Let me go.
Will you stop whining?
Yeah.
No, I don't understand! You snap at people! You're scary! You tried to eat me! But you're also kind! And you're filled with life! I don't understand a single thing about you! But you gave me a name! When I was a number! You gave me that compass! You taught me what it meant to be alive! That's why I care about you, Velvet! I'll protect you for my own sake!
Fee.
I don't care if you're malevolent, or if it was pointless! If the world says it's a mistake to love you, I'll fight the whole world! I don't care how much pain you feel! It doesn't matter! A world without you, Velvet! Is the one thing I couldn't bear!
Yeah! There you go! Let's go!
Eat my arm! I don't care! Just leave me the other one!
Say it.
Clobber the jerk who made my Velvet cry!
Yeah!
I love them all. I loved Angelica, Arthur, everyone. To have it all stolen from me. Why them? Why not me?
Bring her back! Bring her back! There's so much you like about that scene, particularly because of how much Velvet brought Fee out of his Mog number 2 state. It's so good. And now it becomes just like a whole family tie scenario altogether.
A flame burns in my heart, too. A flame I cannot quench no matter how hard I try. Just like you, Velvet. I finally understand how you felt. But the only one I can fight for is myself. That's good enough. That's proof that you are truly alive.
So this game from here on forward, we have to take care of our brother-in-law and our little brother. No, yeah, something like that. Yeah, brother-in-law, little brother, basically, for the rest of this game. We need to set him to the right with our nephew. Again, nothing but family ties now. The game at the end of this point, Family Feud, I'd like to call it. I didn't dislike Velvet or anything, and I understand the reasoning for waiting this long. Yeah. No, royalty. That's a very fair assessment to have, to be honest.
If Velvet could do it, there's no way I can't.
How many times do you plan to destroy and rebuild your own heart, Magilu?
We're on 107.
Exactly, DM. It's all just a huge family quarrel. And we had no idea until now.
Not that I really care.
Pathetic fool. Did I not tell you it would require
So, something about the end of Act 2 leading into Act 3. This game is going to particularly bring in a lot of, well, what can I say? Gauntlet fights, boss fights, because, well, we're gonna have back-to-back of them, technically speaking, cause yeah, it's just. I mean, I'm used to it at this point, but the first time we saw it, that wasn't the final boss. I'm like, what is going on? Why are we fighting Teresa and Oscar immediately after each other? And the same thing is gonna happen here, which is not gonna be too much of a big issue. I want to say, because this boss fight isn't particularly hard. I think. I'm going to see if I'm going to be proven wrong, but we're going to see what happens. But at the very least, like, from like Teresa to Oscar, it's like, oh my gosh, what's going on here? Why is Oscar so OP? Versus, like, the Chimera to the upcoming boss fight here, it's just, it's not so bad. But it's still technically a gauntlet fight.
Despite the pain, the anguish, they embrace the life they've been given. They live, undaunted by the ugliness of the world!
So you're doing this all for them? Is that what this is?
Not even close. They aggravate me to my wit's end. Like stabs in the chest. Over and
You really don't
over
like
and
us, do you,
over.
Magilu?
And that's exactly why. That's why. I intend to see how all of this ends. I won't be satisfied until I do.
Words bereft of meaning. You truly are my greatest failure.
Gosh. Funny just how little I care.
That's why Magalu's your favorite character? Fair enough. I particularly wasn't really a fan of her. Like, she's just kind of sort of there for me. There's probably some stuff I'm missing in the books and whatnot. Also, hey, how's it going, everybody?
We came at a good time.
You're late. Because of you, I had to have a really boring conversation.
So, you came face to face with Innominat. If so, then you must know that your quest for revenge is utterly meaningless.
Oh, that's 6. Oh, that's 17 now.
Yeah,
All right.
I did. I know why sadness fills the world, and I know how deep are the burdens of sin. I tried to abandon my memories of Arthur and Laffy, to cut myself off from it all, and end this tragedy. It's what they would have wanted.
Exactly. You do well to know your place.
But that's exactly why I can't forgive them. Not Artorias, not Innominat. I know my heart is ugly and full of contradictions, but those days we spent together in familial warmth, they're proof that all of us, were truly alive.
There you go, Velvet.
That's
She
why
now
no
has
matter
found
how
her
hard,
reason.
no matter how
Or
sad
her
it
emotion.
gets,
I don't know what it was, really.
to the very end.
But yeah, she's now more driven with her aligned thoughts. She's now not connected to Laffy anymore. She now knows what she wants to do. She wants to make sure that her older sister will be validated with her older sister's daughter.
You take my family, turn me into a monster, and you want my soul too. Now who's being the fool?
Well, who's the Otokana now?
The Lord of Calamity never gives up, not even in the face of death.
Have you no shame for your sins, you unholy monster?
Might be a good time to get the question out. 40 minutes bit.ly/TOMS3 lowercase giveaway to see what's in the prize pack, which also includes the Tales of Arise Collector's Edition. 40 minutes, answer the question by going to the link on stream starting now. Who ends up becoming an Innominat? Your timer starts now.
Who do you think I am?
You're gonna get little hints later on, that's for sure, so this should be an easy one for everybody to answer.
I am the
To get a free
dastardly
pin.
witch Magilu, scourge of self-righteous exorcists. Now face the wrath of Magilu Maven!
Oh, and that's the reveal. It's like, alright, okay, it didn't really mean much at the end, but there's no need, WattTV. I'm keeping track of them, so you don't have to worry about it. The confirmation emails are more so for you than me. Who am I playing as? Playing as Magilu, right. Who am I trading out? I'm trading out I guess I'm trading out Velvet, sure.
Everyone, sorry to have worried you.
Okay, we're gonna take out Tethered Moloch number 1 first.
I didn't realize you were someone who needed looking after.
Me neither.
Well, that's a bad start. That's a very bad start. I need that soul.
See? Stabs in the chest, that's all you give me.
I need that panacea. So yeah, I want to get rid of Moloch number 1 because Moloch number 1 can cast some pretty crazy spells. I don't remember if like the spells are similar to like what we saw in, definitely not from the first battle, but I don't want to find out. I don't want to find out, and that's why we're playing as Magilu as well to get that out of the way. How are we doing in terms of weaknesses though? I think we could get wind spells out for Eisen actually. Yeah, that's what we're already doing. Maelstrom for Eleanor, and actually, you know what? She could do Shock Drum too. That works. And Geostigma followed by Dark Fangs would, I guess it could kind of work, but we're gonna see how that turns out. Okay. We keep throwing out some shooting stars. Get some Aqua Splits out, followed by Flood Walls, and we should be fine to take out Moloch number 1 here just fine. Actually, Crown Fire is much better to use. Let's start using that then. We can actually start off with the Aqua Split followed by Blood Moon and then 2 Crown Fires. Make it a little bit fancy, shall we? Oops, didn't mean to use that. Oh no. Didn't mean to use that either. Well, this is an awkward start after all that. Yo, I need a stun. Give me a stun. There we go. That works.
Arise, ascending angels!
Got a message back from Bamco. They said they will be giving codes for the game to those affected by the delay of the collector's editions. Oh dear. There's a delay? Okay. Well, that's good to know. I'll be looking into that tomorrow, that's for sure. I gotta restore my soul here. This is pretty bad right now. Oi, stop moving, Mog number 1. Get a crown fire in the face. 2 crown fires in a row. Oh, I love how good crown fire is if you're using it. Obviously, if it's used against you, it's a really bad time. Man, it covers so much ground. Alright, good. Now the main target is Melchior here, which should be pretty easy to deal with. Shooting Star... Oh, Shooting Star will actually still work, because, like, Shooting Star is not neutral, it's actually wind and water. Yeah, again, like, if we're comparing this, like, back-to-back fights, like, compared to the last one, obviously the Teresa Oscar one is much more rough to deal with compared to Melchior, followed by the Chimera. Except when you do stupid things like that. Don't do stupid things like that, because doing stupid things like that will prevent you from doing well. Can get some aiming going here. Get some crown fires in. Yeah, that's the thing about the casters as we keep going to the series. I do like how they eventually become a little bit more viable for like for like high action combat. But I know for like those who like the old school mentality of casting may not be too fond of it. But yeah, I guess it's just preference at the end of the day. So however you like your casters. But I do appreciate how they did it in Tales of Great Set, which is followed into this game, and Tales of Berseria. I'm pretty sure DC does it too. I haven't played that game yet to fully comment on it. Magalu? No, I mean, Melchior isn't particularly casting too many spells, though. Oops. Man, Crown Fire is way too good for its own good. Even if it has like a short range, it does sort of like travel in a slow trajectory where if you're being charged at, it makes it a good form of defense. Especially when, like, I think Melchior looks a little slowed right now. I never went to this isle in Zestiria, though. I do want to try it out one day. I feel like I'm going to give Zestiria another playthrough someday, when it wasn't for Marathon. Oh dear! The only thing you gotta watch out for is the physical attacks of Melchior. That's pretty much the only thing. Rinse and repeat. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Oh, he's gonna get a spell out. Let's absorb that, shall we? Man, it took him a long time to start casting spells. I expect him to cast spells much sooner. Alright, time to go with the absorbing game. Yeah, let's stop that. Let's stop that too, please. There you go. Well, that was an amusing finish, I'd like to say. So you get a digital code along with the eventual physical that comes. I showed email, but so basically all you gotta do is email support to get the code. Got it. So for everybody who ordered collector's editions, you will get a digital code. I guess your mileage may vary depending on how the conversation with support goes. So while that's Watt TV's experience, we all have to message them individually, of course. How's it going, Netmint? Well, speaking of gauntlet fights, I'm actually going to be running to a third one right now, but it's not particularly a gauntlet at that point, like not one after the other.
How about you keep talking and tell us where Ifrit is?
You'll regret this.
I can feel Innominat. He's coming.
Oh, it's the answer to the question. This should be the easiest to find, everybody.
I can't.
Come forth.
Hey, buddy. Oh, hey, our other buddy. I like how Sabin's like, I'm gonna come in with my laser and get you out of here. Suddenly, Zavid.
Thanks for saving us, Zavid. You're my hero and role model.
Yeah, good point, buddy. Very good point.
Thank you for saving us, Zavid.
Dawn of the New World. Good one, guys.
Where exactly
I'll give you that.
are we now?
We're in an Abbey facility on Hexen Isle. I heard Melchior was in charge here, so I snuck in. I hadn't expected an extra-dimensional space.
I don't think people in Berseria expected that either, but that was our X dungeon.
There is now that I busted my way in.
Let's head outside. We can talk then.
Best character to come from Berseria to this game. Oh, little buddy.
A friend. His name is Number 1.
Oh, now we have another addition to our party.
Wanna come with us?
Yeah.
Stay here alone. A dragon might get you. I bet you wouldn't like that.
Yeah, that sounds scary.
Great.
Well, that's the thing about this voice direction too, which I'm going to talk about maybe after this, because it is a sweet little moment here.
I'll get him a vessel somehow.
Do what you like.
Man, we got a lot of XP. 5 minutes? Yeah, that sounds about right. Alright, let's see what our little expedition picked up here. Well, nothing. Unfortunate. Who are we using in our next fight? That's another thing I like about the voice direction for Laphicet at the very beginning, because he was like number 2. He you could see the huge difference of the voice direction from the very beginning with number 2 compared to when he became Fee.
Now, say Huh? I need to see
And
your
Velvet
teeth.
lights us up a little bit
I
here,
made
which is
100
nice to
dolls bet
see.
that you'd break, remember? So, I need to see if you've broken anything. Let's start with those teeth. Help us out, kiddo.
All right. I just need to check our front teeth, right?
Front teeth, canines, whatever. Just get in
Well, you know what? Yeah, that's a good point, Fruitbomb. This field theme is pretty solid. We don't spend too much time here, unfortunately, so you don't really get to hear it for long, unlike other themes. But yeah, this one's pretty good now that you pointed it out.
Showing the inside of your mouth can be more personal than being seen naked.
What? Seriously?
Magilu, you're only making this even more awkward.
Yeah, and I like the subtle, well, it's not really subtle, but I like the voice direction change with Velvet. It shows more that she is coming into her own now and making it about herself as opposed for her little brother.
Leave me out of this.
Did this theme also come back in Berseria? Pretty sure it is. Pretty sure it did.
Looks like Velvet is just fine.
Yeah, the sparks returned to her eyes. But,
it feels like it would have been a theme that came back from Berseria. But it's probably different. I never went into this dungeon myself in Berseria back then.
size
Beautiful
of the
treasures
art
to
that
pick up.
created this place. Just what is the Abbey planning to use it for?
We never bought any one of our peach shells ourselves. They're all just like picked up from the field, so I'm happy about that. All we've been buying are apple gels, but we might need to buy some more better restoration items soon. Actually, I want to take a peek over here. Is there anything important here? Besides a hopping elephant and potentially spellcasters? Let's hope we can get around that here. Oh no, they're way faster than me. Oh, that was way too close. I was way too close. I was turning around so that way it would have to be a surprise encounter, but thankfully it didn't have to be. Who am I playing as to? Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, here's the cool thing. With the quotes that happens when they join in and not, at this point in the game, Velvet now owns up to the title of being. Yeah, she's more embracing it as opposed to like being like held down by her brother, and same with the Laphicet too.
By my own choice.
Little details like that I like to see with progression throughout the game and whatnot. How are we gonna do here for the next fight? I think this should be fine.
Fine, I'll join your little combat crew.
Neutral and water. Yeah, I think that's fine. Okay, let's go. Yeah, and I think, like, from the beginning, like, Mach number 2 never really said much, and then, like, even before the scene, like, Laphicet was saying different things, they were like, do you really want me to go? Or something along those lines, so it's kind of nice to see the progression of the evolution of these characters once we get to the particular arcs and points that they're at in their own chapters.
He was number 1, I was number 2.
Oh, a friend of yours then. So he went feral after that Teresa lady fell.
Yeah. I found Velvet and the others, but he probably had nowhere to go.
A stray Moloch stripped of his free will won't go much further than a demon's
Also,
belly.
this does connect with what
Anyway,
Zavid is like
the only people I
in this
run into
game.
these days are kids.
He certainly does have
I'm more
a
in the
thing
market
for
a touched woman
dealing
with
with like
pretty
little kids and
face.
whatnot. Again, like Zavid hides a lot about himself in Tales of Zestiria, so in this game it's like, yeah, you kind of, it's kind of nice to see the backstory that wasn't explored in Zestiria to this game, because again, really, I did not care about Zavid at all when I played Zestiria the first time, but after this game, I was like, oh yeah, Zavid? Heck yeah. I know what's up, I know about his arc and everything, so it's very nice to see, and when I replayed Zestiria again this year, I'm like, oh yeah, there's Zavid. Oh, look at our buddy over here. We already seen his struggles and whatnot. Oh no. Try to run away from this. See, and this is why I play as the AI, because AI Magilu doesn't particularly use her break soul, even when you said to like you decide, or it's just so, I really don't like the strategy menu in this game, and also in Tales of Zestiria as well. Yeah, AI doesn't like break souling at 3. I don't know. Like, I get it, but we're kind of in a bind here. I think it'd be better to risk getting the stuns in.
Think of a good name for the kid?
You're giving number 1 a name?
Yeah. He says he can't remember his true name, and calling him by a number seems mean, you know?
Yeah. I was really happy when Velvet gave me my name.
Hey, I've got this. How about Hajime? It means the first, and he's number 1, right?
That's not bad.
Why not just go with Ichiro?
No way. It was Shigure's childhood name.
Why should that matter to us?
Well, the V's got a point.
Something like Numby.
Numby.
Where'd
That's
that
kind
one
of
come
a
from?
that's a very
It's
childlike
like
name you would
Number,
give.
But more cute.
Nice try,
Let's
Eleanor.
just
That was
forget that one.
nice try, I
We should
suppose.
reference his old number at all.
Good point, Laphicet.
How about Bob?
Is that just because of his hairstyle?
Good point, Magulu.
If it's too plain, how about Bobby?
Bobby.
That isn't bad. Right? Then number 1 is hereby renamed.
Stop it, you two! You don't understand it at all. A boy doesn't want a name that sounds cute.
I think Fee is a cute name.
That was quite an outburst.
The kid has a point. You need something with more panache.
How about Silva?
Silver?
Ooh.
His
Now
hair
we're
and
cooking.
pendant are both silver.
I like it. It's got a certain mystique about it.
Silva. Yeah, it sounds cool.
Well, if his old buddy
I still like Numby. I like Eleanor's reasoning behind Numby. Numby is a little bit. Those are like the kind of like the amusing names. Like, oh, you know, let's just go with Numby with all this like convoluted reasoning. Anywho, I do like Silva. That's for sure. Silva's a good name.
I'm glad he got a good name.
Maybe we should have put a little more thought into naming.
Numby's like something you'd hear as like a mascot for like a cartoon show or something. I'm Numby the Lizard. Here's some math. You know how it is.
You know just what to say, don't you? Moloch, formerly known as Number 2.
Nice. Alright, let's see how much we can push forward over here. Oh jeez, oh jeez, oh jeez, oh jeez. I don't want to deal with that. Cooking. Oh no, that's not cooking. Cooking! How are we doing here? We really don't have too many ingredients left for that, huh? Oh well. Hopefully in the next... Well, we'll definitely get some ingredients, replenished ingredients in the next area, that's for sure. Oh, I forgot this is pretty long. I guess like it's pretty long because of all the cutscenes. This next part is pretty intriguing, if you ask me. I don't know if it was something that was carried over from Berseria, but seeing this, I was like, oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dearie me.
A dragon!
It looks like it's been captured. Just like the Therians.
But why would they hold a dragon captive?
An art connects this place to the Earth Pulse. That's probably why we were taken here.
Earth Pulse. So it's got something to do with Innominat?
Of course it
That would be
does.
the obvious conclusion.
I don't get it. Explain. Small words.
Please tell me. You're not making any sense. Tell me it in better language, please.
Promise.
All right.
The classic fade in and out
Found out
exposition.
Innominat's true identity.
Say the answer.
Now that you know.
Oh, you're not gonna say it? Okay.
Still fight him?
It's only given me more reason to kill him. And the
Oh, see, Zavid knows about the quiz question.
Cold girl.
He knows that it's showing it on the trivia right now on screen. We can't particularly say it out loud.
Malevolence to awaken. Once he does, he'll use his power to suppress negative emotions. But when humans can't create any more malevolence, what will happen to Innominat?
He'll run out of things to eat. And maybe die?
Wouldn't he just go back to sleep?
But if he does, then his power will fade, and humanity will start creating malevolence again, right?
In order for Innominat to eternally suppress negative emotions...
He needs an infinite, powerful source of malevolence to feed off of. For example, that produced by an immortal dragon.
Which would make this place a sort of dragon farm. Created so he could control humanity forever.
You can't be serious.
Just speculation, but it all makes sense.
Yeah, Zavid should have joined the party, but at the very least, it gives us something to look forward to play him in Berseria. That's for sure.
World of tranquility.
Even though what happens to Zavid in that game, it certainly
We don't
does.
dare free it. It'd be too dangerous.
I know. Damn the Abbey and their twisted morality.
It comes a little bit at a place where you wouldn't expect to play him, really, at the end of the day. Alright. I do like that we're getting some more blanks that are being filled in with regards to how Innominat operates and whatnot, especially when it comes to the dragons that we ran into here, so it is good that we're taking the time to get some more world building and whatnot. Again, like, this game really starts to get cooking around, I want to say, end of Act 2, start of Act 3, but the little pieces that it builds up from as you hear about it from the other characters, as they get bits and pieces of them growing, it does escalate to this point. Even though in Act 2, I do kind of like how we had Eleanor have her moments here or there, but at this point, Eleanor doesn't really have much to attach to after Act 2, so it becomes more like the everybody else show except Eleanor, unfortunately. Like, there's something for Aizen, there's something for Rokuro, there's something for Magilu, Velvet, and, of course, Velvet and Fee, but unfortunately, Eleanor is all left in the second act at the end of the day. which is unfortunate because like I still like Eleanor's growth and everything, but after Act 2, nothing much really
Your
happens.
sister's child, right? Then my father is...
Look, you were reborn, right?
Yeah.
Honestly, I really don't know anything about how being reborn works. But to me, what you see, what you hear, and what you feel, that's what's important. Whoever we used to be in another life, I'm me now, and you're you. That's all there is.
And Colette is Colette.
Velvet.
It's true.
I know it happens in other Tales of games, but that's the first time I got exposed to it, and I'll always remember that one each and every time. Each and every time. I know it's like very common throughout games as well, but again, first Tales game bias right here. Oh, Rose is Rose. Yeah, there you go. Wilk is Wilk. Thank you. Let's keep it more themed with the whole Berseria verse here. Desolation, people like to call it. I don't get that, but I don't know where that came from personally, but that's what people usually say.
They're simply built on a larger foundation. But that's not special. Everyone's lives are founded on
Wilk is Wilk. I forgot about that one. Oh my gosh.
Yep. You're you, and no one else. Your fee.
We're really getting close to the end of everything, everybody. It's hard to believe, but it's been a fun 9 days. If I keep reflecting too much, though, because I'm getting very interested to see what's gonna happen with the Rise. To be honest, like this has been a fun look back at the series. But let's see if we can get prepared for the next boss fight. That's for sure. Boss fight is gonna be more of the same that we saw with Chimera. So. Be prepared for more of that is what I'm trying to say. Let's see if we can get some equipment management going first. I don't think we got anything particularly useful just yet. Let's see if we could restock up some stuff. And I'm gonna buy some peach gels now that we're here. Peach gels, I believe, first appeared in Tales of Rebirth. So, you know, peach pies, all that jazz. They have more of a significance once you play the game, of course. Topaz. Do we need Topaz? 405, 416. That's not worth it. Ooh. Oh. 367. Oh, but we lose magic attack. Nah, we want to keep Maglu's magic attack up. Even though I do keep using shooting star. I think keeping them both balanced is pretty good. Topaz pendant. We don't need that. I mean, we do get a defense buff, but actually that might be useful for what's gonna happen later. So let's give that. Quartz bag. No, we're not gonna need that. Topaz ribbon. That's kind of good, but not worth it. Quartz earring. Yeah, that's actually kind of worth it. Okay, Topaz waistcoat. Ooh, Rokuro gets a huge boost on defense, but a loss in everything else. Where I think Laphicet gains a bit more, but loses focus. Aizen loses attack strength, but gains more defense. Honestly, I think more defense for Aizen might be really good, but that means we're only going to be stuck with 3 purchases here. Oh, Maglu gets a good boost here. Oh, we got an Animalia ring on sale as well. Are there any pure boosts? It looks like Magalu could get a pretty good boost from the Animalia. No, well, not quite. But this is on sale, so I didn't want to capitalize on that. At least I could dismantle it. I think this might be enough. So what are we getting? We're getting the waistcoat for Aizen. Aizen waistcoat. And also the pendant for Aizen. Followed by an Animalia, I think we're going to dismantle because it's on sale. We want to capitalize on sales whenever you see them. And the earrings are obviously for Magilu. Okay, cool. Looks like we got it. Okay, we're gonna buy those. Oh, we gotta restock on ingredients too. Alright. Wait, if the character has learned a derivative of an arcane of an active art, you can perform by pressing and holding the mystic art. You know, this is a pretty good feature, but I never really got around to practicing it. This might be a good that'd be cool to explore, but I'm not gonna explore it today, unfortunately. Anyway, let's get the equipment going. That means Isaac's gonna be a bit behind with regards to enhancements, so we gotta work on that right away for him. Once we get the enhancements going with them, I think he should be okay. I think the final one... Yeah, right, we're gonna dismantle it. Well, I do want to check to see if it's gonna affect anybody in terms of growth. Oh, Anomalia is like underclass compared to Shell, or it's more so for physical attackers. So maybe Rokuro can use it. Oh, it looks like he can use it well. How about Aizen? Oh, oh, that's a big. That's like no negatives whatsoever. Let's give it to Aizen. Okay, I think that's everything that we got here. Yeah, perfect. Okay, let's dismantle some stuff. Get rid of this, get rid of this as well, and this, I think. Yep, that's everything. And let's get to the enhancement game. The big priority should be for Isaac right now, so let's get him the Topaz Pendant enhancement, as well as the Topaz Waistcoat. That should bring him back to BG5. Oh, we still have 4. Okay, let's see if we could play around with this a bit more. Quartz Bracelet plus 2? Does that work? Perfect. Perfect. Okay, and for leftover enhancements, let's see who could capitalize on it most. Velvet is sitting at a 9. Holy smokes. Elnor is sitting at a 10. Holy smokes. 6 for Magilu. 7 for Rokuro. So 6 Magilu, 8 for Laphicet. So I guess Magilu should take priority right now. Rokuro second. Okay, so Magilu and Rokuro. Do we have anything that could... Okay, so we got the earrings for Magilu. Let's boost that up a bit. Oh, also the Shock Ward. Perfect. 1 for Rokuro. And I think we're good. Okay. Perfecto. Need a save point here. Thank you. Wish I played Rebirth. Looks fun to play. Yeah, it's really fun to play. I like Rebirth. It's definitely on my top 5. A lot of it, because the narrative is really good. It's solid from start to finish. Also, the battle system is its own 2D goodness, I like to say. And the battle mechanics are very unique, because you have to do something like it's like a force gauge. It's kind of similar to like the old school Fatal Fury games. I keep seeing that association a lot online, which I really love because it makes sense. And like every character can heal themselves. It's not traditional healing. Every character can like essentially just use this force gauge where you're using R's instead of like worrying about TP. It's kind of like a pseudo CC game in a sense, I like to say. Is he okay? Can we pick him up? Are we just gonna leave him there? Can we check on the kid? We're just gonna let him lie there, aren't we?
Used to play tag all the time.
That don't mean much to me anymore. Innominat. The answer to the question.
Innominat.
Yeah, I like the Team Destiny games. Oh, this poor kid. We barely got to know him and everything.
Stop it! You're turning him into a dragon!
That was the whole reason I took him from Teresa. It's just another necessary sacrifice.
This kid is kind of reminding me more of Genus the more I keep hearing him speak. He thinks he knows everything, but he actually kind of does know everything, so it's a little bit more proven here. Oh, dearie me. Oh, and this song I think is like a remix of like Zesterius too, if I recall correctly.
A dragon to the back of us. Reaper's curse doesn't begin to describe it. What a shame. Is that despair I sense?
Not on your life.
Yeah, Laphicet, you know what's up.
This to make your big sister break.
Velvet, follow Zavid's example and don't spoil the answer.
The more you'll suffer.
Velvet, let me punish this rotten little delinquent.
Yo, let's do that solo. Where's final mix of Berseria? Bring over Zavid and bring over Dial. Let's go with Dial.
I'm not just any Moloch. And I'm sick of murdering scum like you. I know no limits.
Not the triple threat. Yeah! Let's go Zavid! All out. Holy smokes. Oh, so good. Ian Sinclair, good work, man. Good work.
It's officially too damn much.
We'll be fine.
It's too much. It's way too much. So, Hellkite. Thing is, it's one of those big monsters in this game that don't really do much. We just ran into the Chimera, so this is also a case of this as well. Weak to neutral and water, so I want to make sure that like I get those particular spells out. I mean, Blessed Drops can kind of work, but the thing is that it's not really... It's more of a defense spell, but we're going to see if we can capitalize on it. Because we can kind of link around with Void Mire a bit. Or we can start with Bright Shade, actually. Bright Shade, because it's also weak to neutral. And we can follow with Blessed Drops if we could add in a front step to get a little bit close. Actually, let's turn that off and put this to First Aid. Actually, no, this should go to First Aid. Okay, let's do this thing.
Been a larger vessel.
Save your regrets for later. We're dead if we don't focus.
Aye. Bringing him a swift death would be a mercy.
Is everybody else set up fine? I don't think I set them up properly yet. Shock Drum, yeah, that works fine. Maelstrom, not so much. Ice Edge, I guess that's okay. Let's see here. Get some Aqua Split, Flood Wall, and yeah, I think that looks fine. Love it can just do Velvet things. Look at this, like when the camera zooms, it's like, what am I looking at? What am I looking at? I know I see the icon above, but why does it just zoom in awkwardly? Oops, dodged too early. Oh, Velvet, you're taking too much damage. Please switch. Oh yeah, and I forgot. This is the thing that's carried over from Tales of Berseria. Apparently the roar move for dragons is called Neigh. I never got it. And when I did the side quest with related to Isis and Zestiria, I was like, oh, that sounds familiar. It sounds much more ridiculous there than here. Here it sounds like an actual roar. In Zestiria, it sounds like somebody trying to roar. It's like, it's like kind of, it's really weird. If anybody remembers that, then please tell me I'm not the only one who thought that was weird. I got Bright Shade right now because I kind of got stunned with an ailment. I remember half of these arts, they're just really slow. Do I also have any dragon arts? I gotta have something. It's Fee after all. Well, it doesn't look like I do. Well, let's just see if Rokuro can carry it instead. Do you have a dragon art? Pretty sure he does. He's gonna aim for weakness anyway. No, he doesn't either. I guess Velvet was our choice to do it, but unfortunately, well, Velvet don't do too well. Oh, don't want to do it right in front of that fire breath. Ooh, soul! Give me soul! Give me soul! I know it's Rokuros who earned it, but hey, I'm first player priority here. Come on. Oh dear! Don't Neigh at me! I see soul, but I already have full soul, so it's fine. Alright, this is the first part of this fight.
We need to bring him down in one push.
Hey, Mugtails, unfortunately bad timing because we won't be using him for long, unfortunately. I think that might be the last time we'll be using Fee. Ah,
I
poor
told you
Zavid.
you would suffer.
Actually, we might use them a little bit later, depending on how the next part goes.
I'll hold off Innominat. Everyone else, take out that dragon.
There's no way you can face him alone. At least let
Fee,
me assist
what do you mean?
This isn't an order.
This family feud can't get even more crazy.
I'm counting on you, Fee.
Yeah! I'm gonna teach my little nephew what's up. No, I'm gonna teach my uncle what's up. Ah, there's only a minute left. Y'all know what's up.
I am the Mala Lafiset.
I thought you were Fee. It would've been nice if they gave him a different name change at this point, but I don't know. I guess they didn't want to bother. It would have like added more to this moment because it doesn't quite have the same effect if he owns up to that name, but I guess he just wants to keep it because it's the name that Velvet gave. Anyway, we lost Fee. Let's do this. How am I gonna do this actually? Hold up. I think we're playing as Eleanor for this, yeah. And my thing with her is that we could just keep it with like neutral all around here. What do we got? Crushing drop? Yeah, sounds about right. Crushing drop followed by Hexa strike. Okay, we're all good for this chain. And Maglu is still doing the same. Rokuro is doing the same. Velvet, well, good luck, Velvet. Maybe I can have her aim for... You know, she's already going to try to aim for weakness, so we're going to see what happens. Yeah, looks like our question's going to be done over here, so let's just wrap that up. Okay, let's do this.
Everything's changed. We're still in the same bind.
Everything's changed. Fee is trying to become someone new.
Velvet, you're being a little too hopeful, but I guess it's a part of her character arc. I get it.
You'll just have to flip it over for me.
Not happening. I'm going for the jackpot here.
And you kind of see more of a family tie now at this point. Like, it took them a while, but the third act, they're finally a little bit more together. As Velvet demonstrates exactly why I didn't want her in this fight. Wait, doesn't Eleanor have a dragon art? Oh, she does. Earth Drake. Maybe I could use that to sort of get the combo going. Because I completely forgot that was a thing until I was reminded about it earlier during the Chimera fight. So I'm going to try to capitalize on it as best as I can. Maybe throw it over here. Where'd it go? Here we go. I remember Earth Drake being a pretty good art, because I remember using it in raids. It was pretty solid. Oh yeah, I forgot his breathing fire. Velvet. Velvet. I swear, Velvet. You know what a block button is, so I need to put you on defense or something. No matter how many times I keep trying to play around with this, I feel like I'm never going to get anything right, so... Maybe I'd rather she just stand there, because even when she tries, she doesn't get anything right. Oh, Velvet. That's like the easiest move. It's a dragon! It's like a slow thing that you can, like, avoid and everything, you know? But yeah, like, we just, like, took down the first part of this dragon at quarter HP. And I get, like, it's in cutscene. It makes sense, because, like, Innominat, Innominat, essentially restored the HP of the Hellkite here, so it makes sense why you have to take it down again, but it's just, look at the HP! It's 100k! Hi, Chihuahua. Think it would actually counter the point. Left is his own, he doesn't have to change things. Fair enough, yeah. I mean, that's a good point to bring it up. I just thought, like, maybe it could have had a bit more of an effect, but I understand if he keeps his name as Loppy said, basically. Alright, Neo, wait. That animation really lasts a long time, huh? Alright, I guess I'm the healer. It's time for me to resurrect people. Where's my life? Here it is. Where's my life? My life has been nothing but tales over the past 8 days, now going on to my 9th. Jeez. Anywho, that's enough about the length of how long I've been playing this. Oh, look at this dragon. Oh, what the heck is going on with that dragon? Why is it, like, flipping out a little bit there? Let's just oh, thank you. Actually, Maglu's on the follow-up heal. Very nice. Yeah, let's just keep this fight going. So let's see how long this will last, basically. Oh, it resists Earth. No wonder it's not fully committing. Oh, darn it. And I don't have any other Dragon Arts, I'm pretty sure. That kind of sucks. Oh, well. I'll just stick with my initial strategy then. Maybe I should have a Velvet commit to the Dragon Arts instead, because I know she has Serene Dragon, but I think, actually now that I look at it, it resists Fire too, so there's no way for me to capitalize on it. Even Roku doesn't have a Dragon Art. Does Magalu? Oh, she does. Oh? You know what? Maybe she could get this in. Let's see what happens. Oh well, that didn't work too well. I don't know the full gist of it. I'm sorry. I don't know about like the full gist of that. Maybe I should have practiced that a little bit more. But yeah, I think I was at the point where I need to practice other games and learn more about this area and everything. So I apologize for not showing that specifically properly. Nay again, you horse dragon. Yeah, it's gonna be more the same. We're gonna keep knocking down this dragon over and over again until the moment that it falls down. And again, that's gonna be like a very common theme between all these big enemy fights, but it's gonna be like the second last one we're gonna run into. So, as far as I remember, so it shouldn't be something that's gonna be a common thing later on. We're almost done with these kind of boss fights in this game, that's for sure. Oh, Rokuro, what? Block! This enemy is like the slowest enemy ever. It's pretty simple to block. Nay. Oops, wrong timing. Well, that was my bad. Can we escape? Wishful thinking. I don't know, I thought we could escape this mandatory boss fight. Maybe it's gonna be like an alternate ending or something, I don't know. Yeah, that's the kind of stuff you like to explore in games like this, I like to say. I want to get the other art out, at least for Magulu. Not Magulu, for Eleanor, that's for sure. Why'd you use Spell Absorber? Why does the AI want to use Spell Absorber when it's like, there's no spells? Well, actually, I think it does know a spell or two, but you barely really see it. It's not really worth it. And Velvet dies again. You know how things are. Pick that up, Rokuro. I don't care. Let's get another life out. I like how subtle it is. We only call it life. Everybody, block! Do you not know what a block button is? Oh my goodness, hold up. Be defensive. Please, be defensive. That means I'm only going to be the one who's going to be dealing damage, but it's just a little bit rough to deal with sometimes. Without them being too defensive, they're just standing there. Oh, dearie me. Well, there's your Calamity Flare. I guess that's a spell. I guess I'm going to wait on Maglu to heal both Velvet and Rokuro, huh? Well, I'm the one who's trying to deal damage. Oh, screw it. Just give them the Apple Gels. Apple Gels, and let's change them to go balanced. Whatever. Go for it. Rokuro's literally, yeah, it's literally just standing there. Blocking, which is nice, but they're just standing there. Well, at least try to take a hit or two. It's just a scary old dragon that doesn't have like fast moves. Simple to dodge, please. Come on. Anyway, I guess I'll see how much I can do on my own, I suppose. Ah, Magulu, you had the soul for it. You had the soul for it. I thought I could dodge it too, but you had the soul for it, Magulu. Even though I guess part of it is my fault for missing it properly. And I'm getting my side steps wrong too. Oops. You know what? I should really shut my mouth sometimes, huh? When I get caught by a stun, that's when bad things happen. So, wake up, Eleanor. Let's go. Oh, here it comes again. Took Rokuro's. Can we get it going here? Turn attack. Beautiful. Wait, does Velvet know about Banishing Sorrow? I never knew that. I never noticed. Oh, I guess I could walk away, but I kind of want to get Soul, which I think Rokuro took from me, which is fine. I've been taking his Soul too, so you know, it's fair. It's fair game. Velvet! She just stood there and took it! Block when you need to block! You were standing right in the healing circle! Oh, that works too. Okay. Let's just use our Break Soul during our Break Soul. It's like, alright, Velvet, AI Velvet. You do you, I suppose. And it's probably like the 10th time I said it, but I'm really still perplexed to this day about how they programmed AI Velvet in this game. It's like, what's going on? Nobody plays AI Velvet that way. Maybe they couldn't quite program it or something, I don't know, but all you gotta do is just spam it, really. Fine, go ahead and take it, Velvet. You deserve it, I guess. Oh, I forgot we gotta take it to a quarter HP. Not like all the way down to 0.
It's healing again.
No, it's not.
Enough of this regen.
You talk big, but you're struggling even to protect yourself.
That's 19, everybody. We're hearing it a lot more ever since we haven't heard it much during the second act.
No way I'm apologizing. Not to some jerk who doesn't understand how Velvet feels.
And you're saying that you do? She's my sister.
You're okay to spoil now, Luffy, no, not.
But I won't kill you.
So be it.
Yeah, look at those cards.
If I devour you, we'll be one again anyway. The compass.
That was smart. Take that! Man, these family feuds. It's hard to watch sometimes.
And you're just a fragment of me!
Guys, look out!
Oh no, sidestepping! Now they all know how to sidestep. Unfortunately, the dragon's too slow for that.
So that was your strategy.
Clever.
Give us more warning! You almost roasted us alive!
You've really done it now.
Yo, look at Fee with the stab there. He's like, yeah, I know what I did. I pissed you off. Let's go. Oh no. Now I don't know what's going on here. This is crazy. Yeah, I'm Luffy Innominat here. It's like, ah, what's happening? Ah, this is a very, very, very interesting hint for what happens later, that's for sure. 6 minutes. 6 minutes, and that's not even including the first part of the fight.
They got away.
A silver flame. A strange art that Malak used.
Did
Very
you
peculiar.
forget that you have the power to digest malevolence? That thing may be a fragment, but it's still part of you.
But the dragon attacked me. If it hadn't disrupted my concentration like that, I never would have let my fragment lay a finger on me.
So long as you learn from your mistake, such a ruse won't work.
Now I'm looking at the perspective like, oh, this kid is basically genius, but the final boss is like, well, to be fair, I guess the folding kind of has it, but, years say differently.
Your awakening is nearly complete. None within your domain can stand against you without the power of the 4 elemental Empyreans. And they are fast asleep, far beneath the earth pulses.
I'm going after them.
No, not now. We need to make preparations for the ceremony of suppression.
We'll send this one after them instead.
A demon? Will he be reliable?
True, he can be hard to control. Even after he succumbed to demonhood, he withstood my illusions for 7 days and nights. Even now, he resists on an instinctual level. However, he used to be known as the most fearsome pirate.
And there's our confirmation if you didn't know by that point. That's why Melchior took him from Titania. It's the legendary... It's the legendary Ifrit.
Wait.
Which, do they do much to, like, build him up and whatnot?
Kill him. Kill Laphicet.
Like, I think they did an okay they did an okay job building him up and whatnot, but essentially, it would have been nice to see more of his expositions, like outside of what happens in the main narrative. Like maybe some kind of like side content where you see like a flashback. It would have been nice to have seen. I didn't know Innominat also meant I'm Dracula all of a sudden. But alright. You do your thing, Innominat. You probably saw that in some kind of like book that you really liked.
Well, that made for good training at least. We fought an Armatus, an Empyrean, and a dragon. It's a miracle we're still alive.
You're telling me, Rokuro.
He's still asleep. He must have used all his physical and mental strength.
Yeah, that would have been nice. But again, all Eisen is for this, it's like exposition Eisen, so he has a role to fill for this game. Which is, again, a bit of a contrast for how much we've been building up, like how people were excited about him prior to the game's release.
Sure could be. In one sense, that's a lucky break for us. But on the other hand... Anyway, I lost that bet, and I was so sure I was gonna win, too.
Awful lot of drama you're making over 100 gold.
Hey, money is important. It's very important in this game, just like Abyss.
No respect for gold will be by 20 lions mauled. Everyone knows that.
Right. Anyway.
Yeah, thank you, Rokuro.
Nothing's changed. We seal Innominat away and kill Artorias. Even if Innominat has awakened, there must be a way to seal him back again.
Our best lead is still Grimoire's ancient book. We should meet up with Fenwick.
Grimoire's her name! Oh my gosh, it's been like nearly like 3 hours now, and I forgot.
But I refuse to
I couldn't remember her name.
Right.
Oh my gosh, Grimoire, yes. Grimoire is the name.
To a better world. That's why I'll do what I believe is right and fight him. Even if I'm wrong, I won't have any regrets.
Do you have any idea how frustrating you are?
You're one to talk.
Eisen, get in touch with Ben.
Yeah, now that like Velvet and Eleanor are on the same page, Eleanor doesn't have too much to move forward from here on forward. Like her arc is done, which is fine, I guess, if we're trying to give the attention to the other 5 characters. But I really did like Eleanor's arc, and I kind of wish they could have done more with her. But oh well, I got what I got. It's okay. If they tried to do something, if they tried to force something for Eleanor, I think that would be worse. So I'm okay if they weren't able to do anything in this act.
Please.
Very well.
Man, I'm seeing this expedition come up a lot because of the amount of boss battles we're going in between. Did we get Barbados butter? Oh, that's disgusting, and I don't even want to think about that. Anywho, let's just go.
The poor kid. Damn, you're cold.
No, quite the opposite.
I think we pick up this Geo tree, which really doesn't really amount to anything. Actually, we pick this up. Chipped copper coin, very good. Get some extra cash as we keep pushing forward here. Oh yes, more cutscene.
Sure, you're glad, but what witch would be happy at losing? And you pampered Velvet like crazy. It's your fault I lost.
Really? I don't remember doing anything.
Nope, wasn't us.
Staying out of it is just as bad. If you don't throw salt or sugar into an open
Look at this guy just passing by in the middle of our cutscene here. Oh no, he's just like eavesdropping. Dude, that's even worse. Hey, mind your business. We're the Lord of Calamity, don't you know?
Let's make another bet.
Oh?
He's just standing there, listening, like Magilu is.
Oh.
I'll make that same bet. 10,000.
Uh-huh. Hey!
We don't even have that much. Slow your roll there, Eisen.
Then you should have spoken up first.
We can call the whole thing off if you want.
No, no. What kind of gambler would I be if I back down now? I'm afraid
He's just
I have
staring
to
at
take
us.
that bet.
Y'all see him now? He's just staring.
Velvet doesn't crack. What's so funny?
For someone so stubborn, you can be surprisingly cute sometimes.
You're calling a witch cute? That's slander! You both owe me the money you bet as reparations!
Right now he's trying to move. Okay. I don't think we have to do anything in terms of enhancements. I'll double check just in case. Oh, well, we definitely need to resupply ourselves here. Oh, we don't need any of these, though. Unless I could find something that could, like, dismantle. Actually, you know what? Hold up. We got the marble. Yeah, we gotta get these up first. And then if I look at their equipment. Actually, if I look at this equipment. We got calcite, fluorix. Calcite and fluorix, basically. M1 amber. But calcite and fluorix are the important part. Who has calcite and fluorix? Velvet does. So does Eleanor. Calcite and fluorix. Rokuro. So half of them have it. So I want to, like, buy them. And then buy the cheapest ones. And then dismantle them so that we can use them for equipment. So I think this might be one. No, it might not be. But I'm going to buy it just in case. What else is cheap here? Maybe this and one of these. Okay. It did give us a bit of a hit in terms of our funds, but I think it might be worth it. Oh, that gives us scraps. That might not help. That might not help too well, but I'm gonna try. Ooh, gold scrap. Let's get that for Rokuro. Yeah, we could buff the fluoric garment here. Okay, so maybe that wasn't particularly worth it, but hey, at least we got some kind of advance. There we go. Sell all that, and boom. Oh yeah, rest at the end. I'm so glad that the navigation will help me with my notes. Alright, fine. Maybe I'm being too hard on the navigation. Think of the top right. Let's call it marathon nitpicking. You know how it is. You know how it is. We're at the final day after all. We're going to wrap all this stuff up as we get some nice dialogue between Velvet and Silaceris.
So, should I think of you as my sister?
Silaserica?
I'm a Moloch named Ceres. I've inherited Celica's memories, that's all. And that doesn't make you the same.
Hey, Mook, it's marathon nitpicking. I really don't care about it at the end of the day, but in marathon nitpicking mode, I'm on day 9 of these games. I need out. No, I'm kidding. I love these games, but...
You're right. If your soul has changed, you're not the
it's
same
more of my
person
pride as a Let's Player that I should rely on my notes more than the top right
Even
corner.
if I were Celica,
Anywho.
I don't have the right to be called your sister. I followed our
Maglu is cute though, of course. We're calling him.
Sacrificing my own.
I mean, I can see the appeal to Maglu's design for some people, that's for sure. I still wonder about how she has enough core strength to lift all those books on her waist. Like that's like probably like books are heavy. Books are heavy. She must have like a strong core to like lift those up and move with them seamlessly in battle.
Why? Right after the Advent, Celica's memories returned to me. It was then I understood what exactly it was I had done. Arthur,
I like the slight difference in the voice direction here.
Transformed into the cruel Artorias he is now.
Why did your memories return?
I don't know. I've heard that very rarely Malakim can regain the memories of their previous lives.
Yeah, that's kind of weird. How did she regain her memories?
This is my punishment for the pain I brought.
I think it wasn't particularly explained. Like, I know there's some ways for Molochs to get their memories. I think. No, not memories. Like more like they get freed from like the Abbey's control. But I think it's kind of talked more about in Zesty, maybe. No, actually, no. It's not really talking about just Zesty. Now that I think about it.
But you can. You're a Therian. You fully absorbed my
I do like Sarah's design, except a little bit too much on. Well, whatever. Anyhow, I do like how she looks like a butterfly. Basically, is what I'm trying to say.
I've pushed everything onto you.
It keeps a theme.
My determination.
And I like how, like, here, she kind of reminds me of, like, Marion from Destiny. Is it just me? It can't just be me, right?
I'm glad I had a chance.
For those who play
to
Tales
know
of
you.
Destiny, Marion,
glad
Ceres,
once
I mean,
the
Celica. Darn, now I'm
sister.
getting mixed up.
And
Just like
Celica
Velvet
and
is
Arthur's
when she needs
sister
to
as
have a
well.
dialogue with Ceres.
I was happy.
There's the old Velvet we know and love. Back from the prologue. Now, Velvet, what I want you to do, just to ensure that you are back to how you were, or more resolved, you gotta walk up to Innominat and say, grumble, grumble. You better say that at the final battle. Because that's all I'm hearing right now from Innominat right now, personally.
Velvet.
Should you be up so soon?
Yeah, but...
Stay back. It's finally come to this. But of course it did.
She looks like Lila
After
cosplaying.
all,
Yeah, exactly.
I chose my revenge over a world of peace. I can't complain if people call me the Lord of Calamity.
Velvet, whether you're human, demon, or Lord of Calamity,
Velvet is Velvet.
it doesn't change that you have beautiful
Oh, actually,
hair.
that's kind of sweet.
Laffy said the same thing to me a long time ago. He
Yeah,
gave
the
me
little
this
aura
card.
here going around with Velvet is a bit of a callback. Again, another callback to like Tales of Zestiria, and we're pushing forward with this game. I'm obviously gonna make a lot of Zestiria connections. Come on, I'm already like at like this far into this game, like 3 days straight. So bear with me if I sound a little bit repetitive, but you can't ignore all the connections that they make here or there with Zestiria to this game as you keep pushing forward. And also, I feel like both games are very complementary to each other in terms of what their protagonists go for, what they're aiming for, and it feels like you're kind of seeing like the other side of the coin, like for when you play the other game, the game opposite of the one that you're currently playing. And that's why I feel like both games do deserve like another chance. Like if you don't like Berseria, after playing, maybe play Zestiria and play Berseria, but you hear that case less often compared to like, oh, you play Zestiria, you don't like it, but play Berseria, you like it, revisit Zestiria, give it another chance. Fix the camera a little bit. Like the camera's not gonna change. The world maps, I'm gonna say, are like in similar function in terms of the dungeons at the end of the day when it comes to this game, but yeah, I think those are the only two flaws you really have to be mindful of when you're pushing forward with that. I do recommend maybe giving Zesty one more chance after playing Berseria and see what happens.
Say something.
Calm down. You were passed out at the time, okay?
I'm going. I've got to stop him.
Oh, Zavid.
What's going on?
We got a message from the Von Eltia.
That's great. Is everyone okay?
Yeah, for now.
Huh?
While Benwick and the others were making their getaway, they got word that Ifrid was...
Ah, here we go.
They said
And
they're on their way to
again.
Lionel Island to meet
It's
him.
never begin again. It's always mid-gan and again.
Yes,
Every single
a
time.
trap. No doubt set by that horned demon, who may even be Ifrid himself.
Thank you, Eisen.
Ifrid is a demon?
Are you serious?
Like, we all knew, like, when that demon was first shown to everybody, right? Like, did it take a while for some people to, like, make the connection? Because if so, then that's okay. I'm just curious to see, like, if there are folks who did or
We'll
not.
steal one from the harbor. I may be a calamity.
Also, how's it
but
going,
I'm
Berseria?
frugal.
Okay, I already just did my shopping, so
If only I'd noticed sooner.
let's head off to Engan. And Eleanor here is doing our dirty work this time around. Hey, Eleanor, how's it going? You found our ship?
How about this one? The hull looks sturdy, and I don't see anyone aboard.
You're surprisingly into this.
Maybe you've got a criminal streak in you after all.
What?
Stop teasing Eleanor. She don't deserve it.
think, Isaac?
Even though she doesn't have anything to do during this act, she don't deserve that. Alright. Now it's our turn to talk to Eleanor as our pilot. Thankfully, we have Eisen with us. Without Eisen, we would have no chance piloting the ship.
Eisen, everything all right?
We're almost at Lionel Island, all thanks to this ship. She's got a good compass.
Yeah.
If only my inner compass held as steady. From the first moment I laid eyes upon that demon.
We're gonna start some character stuff with Aizen now. I mean, it's starting to build up now to this point, but again, like, it feels like it's just maybe a little too late, but I mean, like I said, I don't mind everybody's personalities, but their growth throughout the story is what I'm looking for. I'm more of a character arc kind of person from beginning to end, so to kind of see Aizen sort of getting into it right now, like, I kind of get it, but yeah, like I mentioned this before, like a flashback or two would have been nice to have seen, I'd like to say.
Only because you taught me how, Aizen. Your wheel is yours to hold.
Like with the Aizen and Ifree. Pretty sure there's some side material somewhere, but I'm only focusing on like the main narrative of what material they provide to sort of like balance out the attention to all the characters.
We're too late.
Eleanor!
What's going on?
What's going on, Kamala?
Orange demon attacked us out of nowhere.
It's a good thing these folks are capable of defending themselves.
Zavid rushed here to save us. Had he not come when he did, we'd all be dead.
This is all because I hesitated.
Where'd they go? Zavid lured the beast away, towards the interior.
Let's go.
Yeah, we need more playable Zavid. Let's see here. I want to check out everybody. How's it going, Medusa? Dial's knocked out there too. Let's get a quick save, I suppose. Alright. And I forgot what I have set up for my party here. Actually, let's set it up here real quick before I do one more save later. Well, let's just have Rokuro out there because I'm tired of complaining about Velvet in battle. Let's see here. Aizen. Who else did I have? Yeah, that's right. Wait, did Fee have nothing to say?
I'll join your little combat crew.
Oops, hold up.
Fine.
I don't want to hear yours twice, Magilu. I want to hear Fee. Huh? I did not have anything.
Let's get a little downtime.
Yeah, my time to shine.
Do Velvet and Fee have nothing to say right now? Okay, that's kind of weird. Anyway. My thing with Aizen here is going to be very basic because I think, the next boss we're going to run into is going to be resisting a lot of what Aizen excels in, but I want him in this fight. Actually. I also have to, like, change this a bit the moment that I get to the fight to sort of, like, get a bit of an idea as to, how I can approach it with the whole, crustacean or demi-human or whatever is going to show up. But I do certainly want this. And do I have everything else? Ooh, actually, one more thing. Windlass. Oh no, Windlass, air thrust, and finally, do we have the? Oh, we don't have the spell. Guess I'll stick with the 3 air thrust then. All right. One more quick save just in case. Alright, here we go. See, now this is why we had to, like, break the wall at the, when we were backtracking last night, because if you didn't, you have to go through the entire dungeon again. Though without any gates, which isn't too bad, but still, like, you want to, like, speed things up as fast as possible here, so... we're going to be taking that shortcut once we get there. Also, we meet up with the Tordos here, so we can see if we can get some, little bit of a... maybe one grape gel. We didn't pick up anything along the way, did we? I think we picked up some, oh, we didn't pick up anything. I know I just checked this, but I'm gonna check one more time to see if we're missing anything, but we're not, so let's just go. So yeah, we're gonna push on forward right over here, and I think the next screen will bring us to our shortcut that we need to make. Because once again, if you don't, you have to go through 6 screens. So I'd rather 2 over 6. I'm pretty sure everybody does. That's a very universal opinion. Unless you want to increase the drama of what's to happen next with this music playing in the background. Yeah, so you want to take the left path here, which will bring us to the shortcut that we opened last night. I forgot to do it in one of my practices, so I made sure to remember.
Is that demon really Ifried?
Aizen would know better than anyone, so I'd take it as a fact.
But I thought when people have a strong will like you and Kurogane, they don't lose themselves upon becoming a demon. From how Aizen talks about him, I'd say his strength of will should be considerable.
Even if you
Should
don't
be.
lose yourself, a demon is a demon. When you change, you're no longer human. I don't remember how I felt as a human, but I bet the human me would have thought I'm a real monster.
But would the old part of Ifried allow him to be so obedient to the Abbey?
No. He didn't seem to be following Melchior of his own free will. I imagine Melchior's illusory arts are at play.
Like what we saw at Lorringen in a ball? Is
Lorgan,
that
I
enough
didn't
to
realize the
control a demon?
TH was
so.
silent there.
But more importantly, someone with a psyche resilient enough to impress Aizen should be extraordinarily hard to turn into a demon.
So Melchior must be using a particularly nasty illusion, eh?
Ifried, Aizen, please be okay.
Do we have Aizen with us still? I guess like he's just moving on ahead. Is what we're supposed to get from that skit scene. Yeah, there you go. We're gonna call them skit scenes. Should have thought that a little bit sooner. We're near the end of the game, but you know what? Those cutscenes might as well be called skit scenes, as opposed to just like pure skits or pure cutscenes. They're not quite either. That's Berseria's feature or flaw, whichever you like to take it. Cut skits? Yeah, you know what? Cuts is, I guess it kind of works. Yeah, I think maybe cut skits might be better, but it doesn't roll off the tongue as well. I like skit scenes. Alright, I'm gonna do a quick save over here. And I'll take this time to be right back in a bit, so please give me a brief moment. Alright, apologies for that. Let's keep on going. What do I feel about the next boss fight? It's gonna be rough, I want to say. Particularly because, like, the character that I'm going with doesn't have too many options, I like to say. At the same time... what else can I say about this? Give me a moment as I try to set this up here. Fee's gonna be good for this. Except, like, it... Oh, Dark Fangs is gonna be a must for this fight. Also, for Eleanor, let's see if we could get some, like, maybe Kaleidos Ray might help a little bit, but I think Dark Fangs might be better. But we'll see what happens if I play around with that. For Eleanor, I guess she could keep using, let's go with Maelstrom ad nauseum. Velvet, just do whatever you want. It's up to you, Velvet. It's up to you. You do you, Velvet. You do you. Should I prepare something? Oh, we really don't have too many twin sharks. I'm gonna save these for, like, later, that's for sure. But for now, maybe we could prepare a fresh fish pirate platter. Oh, also she gets a new quotes when she cooks, too. Why are they... Is it because it's a dire scenario they're not saying anything? Velvet and Laffy said? Maybe we'll get to hear it next time. Because, like, remember, Velvet really loved cooking in the prologue, so it's nice to see that part of her personality come back when she... after the realization in Act 2.
Zavid, you alright?
You don't look alright. How about less talking, more fighting?
I know these fists.
Granted, that is kind of a Rokurou thing to do, since, like,
Is Ifried.
yeah, there you go.
Why didn't
Let's
you
let the
fight
reveal
back?
play out first.
Ifried. He pulled me back from the brink. I owe him. This time, it's my turn to bring him back. A demon can never be human again. So what? It's supposed to make me change my creed? What do you think, Ifried?
Palm strike! That's what he thinks. Poor Zavid. It just makes me, like, for the moments that he keeps getting, like, punched down and stuff like that, it makes me wish that, like, he can, like, you play Zavid, he becomes, like, a better person in Zesteria, that's for sure. He's not gonna be, like, pushed around, like, Oscar level in this game, as much as I like him, but yeah.
I won't let anyone trample their creeds. Even you!
Oh, he really dropped it, huh? That grin. He was ready to use it too. Well, you know what? Actually, that's a very interesting parallel with what was talked about earlier in the game. Because he did mention that Ifri mentioned that he wanted to use that against Aizen. So it's a nice little callback to that one particular skit scene. Cut skit, whatever you prefer. Anyway, yeah, Demon Ifrit, he's an unknown, so I guess we can't really capitalize on any art like that, if I'm understanding it correctly. Anyway, let's see how well we can do here. There are moments where we could get a little bit silly. But he fights a little bit like Aizen, essentially, so it's like that's also a narrative thing, you could call it. Again, the unfortunate thing is that, like, Demon Ifrit here, he particularly resists Earth, so that does relate to quite a bit of Aizen's moveset. So, if you thought Aizen getting knocked down was already hard enough, we already lost one of our particular options because of this. So I usually use, like, coercion to sort of, like, see if we can bring him a little bit closer. But other than that, like, sometimes using the chains as, like, a ranged attack helps a little bit. But just be mindful of how you're moving, because, like, if you get caught by the slowdown, you will, well, you'll have a very bad time, of course. Okay, let's get a Panacea bottle in. Oh, nice stun, Velvet. I could have taken advantage of that, actually, but keep it up, Velvet. Do it. Do it. Go all out. I believe in you. You got your next chance to go. Alright, come on. Keep it going, Velvet. Keep it going. You're just standing there. I know you can do it. You have it in you. She really just let it drain all the way down. Okay, Velvet, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna give you a peach shell, so you can try to pick up a soul for yourself again. Oh dear. Yeah, Velvet, pick up that soul. There you go. The problem is if you're to use the chains art immediately after coercion, you're getting a risk of, like, getting hit by Ifrit multiple times, since, like, that coercion art draws your target closer to you. So I like to use the chains as more of like a ranged attack if ever I want to close in the gap with the Ifrit. But yeah, like, if you could get in the break soul, like, the thing with the break soul for this, even Ifrit, like, resists that. So I don't particularly want to use the break souls too often. Normally I want to do, like, the extended break soul to get, like, a use out of it. But that's pretty much the gist of it. You want to save your soul for this fight, is what I'm trying to say. Depends on the mood, on my mood, basically. Actually, what I want to do is, right, I forgot about that. I forgot where I mapped it, actually. For some reason, I thought it was just triangle. So something like that could help close the gap a little bit, or to get yourself a little bit closer. Oops. But I forgot it has, like, a bit of a set range, so be mindful of that. Also, I should probably do my job as a quickness guy. I should probably restore Eleanor here, so let's be kind. Alright. Oh yeah, there's a bit of the wind-up to his move. I completely forgot about that. Don't you know what Elixir Vitae? Or do you learn this after this fight? Probably after this fight. Oh no, oh, good stun. Perfect stun. Velvet, follow up, please. Yeah, that's more like it, Velvet. Oh, jeez, 2,000. Oh my gosh. Anywho, well, I got caught. Get a life in. I'll play as Velvet for a bit. Alright, Velvet, let's go. I sound so disappointed playing as Velvet, I noticed. Oh man, I gotta play as distracting Velvet. Oh, I forgot to change the arts here. There we go. Remember that art set for Velvet, though, because we'll definitely be going back to it for sure. Whoa, 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 whoa. Are these all... Oh my gosh, they're all what ice and resist. I mean, I free this... They all start with I. Can't blame me. Anyhow. Sure, gouging span. Sure, take this and take this. Alright, well, we got Isaac alive. Let's get him back. That's more like a Velvet. Now do it again. I could have used my brakes up. I didn't want to. I evade. Yeah, you can pick that up, Velvet. That's fine. I don't care. As long as you can use your brake soul. Whatever makes you happy to use your brake soul. I keep forgetting you can't block that. That soul burst when you get into half HP. So he's not going to get some extra arts here. He's going to go Muda 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 and all that stuff. But essentially, his brake soul isn't particularly rough to avoid. Alright. Ooh, that's a really good follow-up. Okay, okay. Sometimes it could be a little bit risky to follow it up with that art, but if you do get it right, it does feel good sometimes. Ah! No! Not like this. Why? Yeah, we get it. You got multiple fist attacks. Got it. Alright, let's play Velvet again. Oh, let's pick that up for Velvet, actually. There we go. Okay. I think she needs that more than me, that's for sure. Jeez. I wasn't paying attention to my health. Nor was I paying attention to where the attacks were going. Alright, let's try it again. Ooh, that's a little bit too close for comfort. Yeah, that move has like a lot of wind-up and everything, too. Ooh, we kind of helped out Velvet a bit there, too, with that attack. Alright, alright. Really? Her attack after that breaks soul for the type that she's fighting is not effective against Ifrit? That's unfortunate. That's really unfortunate. Oh, is it when its own type is completely RNG? Okay, fair enough. I didn't really explore that part, but that makes sense. See, it's what? Okay, I thought I was gonna use break up. I guess not. Velvet really looking for that 5th soul for her, really. Velvet baited, like, Ifrit so badly there. That's insane. Oh, he does an axe kick? That's pretty sick. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Jeez, why every time me? When I get caught, I got caught. Anywho, let's go with Velvet. Anytime. Whenever you're ready, Eleanor. Thank you. Okay, let's switch back. Her HP threshold is too low. Yeah, you know what? That makes sense. That makes sense. I'm happy I have her on balance. She's dealing with herself much better. I'd rather she behave like this than go wild for stupid reasons and constantly getting KO'd. Twice in a Velvet. You don't have to use it twice in a row. Now she's just standing there. I wish I had the BG to end it with a Mystic Guard, but unfortunately I don't. Because I kept getting caught. There we go. Well, that's the boss fight.
End of the road.
He really wants that kid dead. Come on. This ain't you, Ifrid. This ain't you. I mean, to be fair, he was instructed by that by Innominat, so it makes sense.
Just forget about me. I'm prepared for whatever happens.
Yeah, he's got that fist ready. He's got it locked and loaded too.
All right. You've grown. You're a man now.
Yeah, she's actually doing pretty good in under balance. Like, she was doing much better than the other scenarios prior to this fight. Keeping her in balance might be the way to go. It's better than not doing than her constantly dying.
Once told me, if you can't hold something in your hand, then make a fist and take it by force. This fist will take everything back. Just like you told me to.
The backwards headbutt. Beautiful.
I know this fist. It's you. Sorry. Caused you a lot of trouble, didn't I?
Don't worry about it. We're friends, right?
I'll say this is certainly the most intriguing Ifrid out of the series, and we don't really learn too much about him, which is the worst part. I wish we could have learned more, is what I want to say. Especially considering how Aizen's relationship with Ifrid is connected to this game, similarly to Zavid is with Ifrid as well. Whoa.
A demon changed back into a human?
Cutscene first aid, does it work?
Forget it.
Yeah, not quite. Cutscene first aids barely ever work.
I'm sorry. If I only knew how to use my power.
I mean, some mysteries kinda work, but then it has to be like the character has to be a part of it too. Like the Ifrid and Berseria, there was a mystery, but the result didn't really end up working too well, for me at least. Maybe there's some fans I wasn't particularly a fan, but yeah, I think this Ifrid had like the most connection to the cast.
Your power.
Because of the story started from the ground up, that's for sure.
Which means if you can seal
Siegfried? Yeah, Siegfried is definitely something that needs to be explained. It's just nothing but a random weapon. They could have took the opportunity with this game, but they only like told us like who had it and what it kind of does a bit more, but not much after that. We still don't know where it came from, and I don't want a third game. I'm good. I want a game outside and be in its own universe, and the next game to be in its own universe. What I'm saying is I don't want the next two games to be connected. We gotta move on. We gotta move on to separate tales of games.
Thank you, Ifrid.
I'm just sad I can't go with you.
Oh, fair enough. I see what you're going for, EDM.
Goddamn blast.
Yeah, no, that's good. But they could have done maybe one or two more cutscenes where it could have brought more to like Aizen's connection to Ifrid.
Kept things from getting dull. If we ever meet again, let's raise some hell. Aizen.
Hey, congratulations, royalty. Feels good, right? Yeah, feels really good. Yeah. That's what I felt the first time when I was trying to up the difficulties too. It's a good feeling.
I owe you one, Zavid.
Oh, but Zavid, are you happy about what we just did?
We had a chance to bring him back. But you went and killed him. Next time I see you, we'll settle the score. Between me and your creed.
Oh, he ain't happy with us now. That's why he's not gonna be a part of our party.
See you around, Zavid.
Man, Zavid is just such a... They really made me care about a character that I really did not care about at all. Like, I'll keep bringing it up because I never really had that happen with, like, another game for me before. Like, it just blows my mind how much I completely care about Zavid more in this game than, like, in Zesteria. Like, it's such a huge contrast. So I'm gonna keep bringing it up every single time because I love it! I love it.
Dunno. Maybe you tickle their
Especially
divine
his theme. His
senses
theme
with
adds to it
feather
as
until
well.
You're back!
Oh, welcome back.
Looking better.
Somehow. But what happened to that demon?
We killed him. Benwick. He...
Let me tell him. The rest of you, find
Yes, it must be best for
and
the
ask her about
captain
four
to let him know.
Imperials.
Eisen.
Are you sure?
Do it.
But the first
He
main I
gave
need
us
to
this
say.
chance. We can't waste it.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna check the expedition real quick. I do a... Ooh, oh! I love it. It's what, Berseria and, Dawn of the New World will make, too. Nobody will know who you are, despite it being very obvious. Anyway, let's, send another one out here. I will have to be right back real quick. I apologize again, everybody. Alright, sorry about that. Let's go and finalize the rest of what we're going to be doing. I want to take a peek here. It is cool to see, like, Eisen just standing here and, like, letting everybody know. So, nice little attention to detail if you sneak by the Ven LTL before you go to the place where you're actually supposed to be. So, let's do that right now. By Geoboard, heck yeah. And make a quick turn, do a 360 50-50, and let's go. Manuals, all those trick names that we learned from Pro Skater.
True. If we do that, we might be able to suppress Innominat's domain.
It may even liberate the minds of the Malachim that Innominat has under his control.
I'm sure some will no longer obey their exorcists.
Good. We'll take a big bite out of their
Well, obviously, you could be a little bit more cheerful about that. Just an
Innominat
easy
will lose
bit.
the ability to enhance the resonance of his
Marathon
exorcists.
nitpicks.
Most exorcists will no longer even be able to perceive Malachim at all, just like before. Of course, anyone as innately gifted as me is another story.
Will I
That's-
become a
I think we get that
noticeable
story in the
episode?
collector's
Won't
edition.
know until we try.
Eleanor?
Then let's give it a shot. I'll accept whatever happens.
But these elemental Empyreans, they're gods, right? You sure it's okay to disturb their beauty sleep?
They control the four elements. Waking them is likely to upset the balance of the world quite a bit.
I'll take that as a no.
This whole Empyrean
I don't even
thing,
know how to
how they
apply
connect it to
them.
Zesteria, I think it's kind of
If it's
cool,
anything
but
like the opening,
bit of a missed
then we need to
opportunity for what
offer
happens to
sacrifice
Zesteria,
at the
kind
Earth
of.
Pulse on a
But I
Saturday
mean,
night.
that's not
We have
Zesteria's
to
fault
kill
really,
someone?
because
The act
Berseria
of
wasn't
killing
really
is not essential to the
fully
ceremony.
realized at the
All
time.
that's
But
needed is a
as far as I
soul free
understand,
of
I don't know too much about
elements.
the behind the scenes of Bamco, but
If that's true,
at least they're able to
doesn't
make some
Velvet
for
already have a whole belly
some
full of
form
them?
of connection of the
exorcists are
Empyreans
devoured.
in this game,
That's
at least.
perfect. You're a Therian. You're capable of releasing the power you absorb. The souls of the high-ranking exorcists you ate should do nicely.
Use Oscar and Teresa's souls to resurrect the Empyreans?
It's
Good
worth a
idea.
try at least. When's the next Scarlet Night? 3 years after the Advent. In other words, soon.
Man, we're so lucky with the Scarlet Knight too.
The four Empyreans are asleep in different places, right?
Correct. 4 Earth pulses for 4 Empyreans.
Yeah, so Act 3 is going to be really long because now we're going to have to find,
You may be able to awaken all 4 at the same time.
well, thankfully, never mind. More Grim,
Pulses normally
not
flow
more Grim.
horizontally.
Grimoire was able to tell us
Extremely rare
exactly what we need to
cases
do.
they can
More Grim is a
flow
totally different
vertically.
character. I don't know how I got that
This
confused.
causes energy to collect at the Earth pulse's base.
I also don't know how I forgot about
forming a
Grimoire's
life
name.
Though sometimes the energy flows the other way, upward, into what's called a life spring.
Oh, So if we make use of one of these life pools, a single sacrifice could reach all 4 Imperiums.
And that's our way of speeding up Act 3. We don't have to do something like Vesperia. We have to like look for everything. Or else this this part would have been much longer. Yeah. If they had like embraced the whole four looking for the 4 things, would have been very similar to Vesperia's Act 3. Granted, Act 2 of Vesperia is really short. Like that shouldn't really be a thing for Vesperia to have the feedback on. It's just that its second act is so long, but that's a different story altogether.
Our best bet would be Mount Killerhouse.
Eisen?
I'm fine. What's done is done.
Killerhouse? That's the volcano on the northernmost tip of Northgand, but it's a hellscape of ice and lava.
That place. If there's any bigger difference to proclaim with regards to Zestiria the Cross and Zesti the game, it's just the final climax happening there. It just felt so different and weird, but that's the point of Zesti the Cross. It's supposed to be different, and however you perceive it is up to you, so... Ay, Chihuahua. That moment was just...
Then we're off to Northgand.
It was so interesting and
Mount Killerhouse
amusing.
is north of Helavis.
Alright, so we're gonna go back to Helavis again, so... Thankfully, this will be the last backtracking we'll have to do, I think. No, actually, there's one more backtrack, thankfully, but this is pretty much second last. But we will be doing some side quests here or there in the next session to sort of, like, help, fill in some time, basically.
Died like the captain, right?
I suppose.
Then no swabby here can blame you for what happened. We're Ifrit's pirates, and don't forget it. We're not so pathetic that we need pity from some Lord of Calamity.
All right. The ship's in your hands.
Aye, aye. You can count on us.
Yep. If you want to learn more about it, watch the anime. You know, seeing the little, like, ship dot just go across there, it's kind of like, it's a nitpick, but it's just amusing to see it go there compared to, like, how, like, Tales of Destiny, you see the sprite boat go around all over the place.
I see.
Also, this is a Velvet Steam 20.
Well snapped like a twig.
I'm afraid so. It was Innominat who did it. But I think Shiko...
Yeah, what about that whole Orichalcum thing? We weren't able to really capitalize on that, did we?
So hardness alone isn't enough.
Oy vey. What are we gonna do about this sword?
I thought I had found clarity, but it was only foolish pride.
You should be proud. You are
Like,
without a doubt.
you know what, Nara? I'm kind of on the same boat. I'm glad, because, like, I usually find people, like, who really like the game don't like the anime, and those who don't like the game really like the anime. I was amused. I was just amused, because, like, it did something different from the game, and I don't like faithful anime adaptations of the game, so that's just me. So I'm glad there's, like, something different there for me to watch.
Spent centuries working to forge a blade of legend. I'm honored to know you.
Like, it made things so different that it was weird, but I liked it, because I was intrigued by what was changing, basically. Like, if I want to go back to the game, I'll just play the game anytime.
Does this look like the face of a man who's given up?
No, it looks like the number 5. No, that's fair, EDM. If that's your experience, that's your experience.
We're making good time.
Yeah, our count of the Velvet thing, we're currently at 20 right now. How does that feel? Like, does that seem like the right amount for hearing the theme? I guess it's okay. Marathon nitpicks. The theme is still okay. I still like the theme. The piano sounds good. The violins it gets into afterwards. Laffy says, moment at the Earth Pulse when you hear Velvet Steam was like, yeah, that's really good. Like, but other than, like, I'm just doing this for fun at the end of the day.
But if his powers fully awaken,
you guess you chilled? Alright, that's cool. That's cool, Nara. That's the best part. It's like when you look back at material and you get a different opinion about it. Like, I remember, like, back then I used to really like the Fantasia OVA, but when I look at it now in, like, 2020, I was like, I wasn't particularly a fan of it. But I understand the circumstances of, like, Fantasia back then for it to exist. Like, it did fine for what it was supposed to do at the time with this budget, but looking back now, especially with the other shows we got, and my perspective of the anime now, or of animes in general, I don't particularly like it. But that's just my opinion. It's the same bird that keeps prompting the question. It was the mastermind behind everything. Even the bird gets at me because it's a major character. We all know it. We all know it. And this is where we start to learn a little bit more about something else in Zesty, if I recall correctly. Kinda eerie, but yeah. Especially for what's to come later.
Please, guys, let's not fight.
Oda. Heard somebody get that like growl out there too.
This is a domain?
Yeah, domains. Now we're getting into the idea of domains in general.
Their wills have been stolen.
It's not been fully sealed away yet.
Maglu, you have the script, don't you? I mean, you're a maven. It makes sense.
Aizen!
Got it. We'll put in at the nearest harbor. To Port Zexon!
Well, so much for Helibeats. Let's head off to Port Zexon first. Just a bit of something to say. If you don't like a bit of sensitive topics that involve deaths or something along those lines, I definitely turn away for like 2 minutes because this could be a little bit awkward. Like, they get a little bit, very, very deep into it, especially with this guy that we saw, like, earlier in the game, yesterday in the game.
It's that merchant. You're all right.
Like, this is really messed up, so...
I do not deserve to be all right.
Yeah, let's, see if we can, like, stop him right away. Thankfully, it does sort of, like, go over it and whatnot, but this is, like, too much of an extreme when it comes to, how it comes to taking this subject altogether. It's like, I think that's, like, the thing that it comes with the villains, where it's, like, they like to take it to, like, a full extreme and whatnot. Like, when you think about it with, like, Zestarias, it kind of, like, falls into that. And with Berseria right over here, that's a super extreme here. So, thank goodness Elnor right over here, like, make sure to stop right away. Yeah, because this is really, 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 really not cool to see. Like, the fact that, like, Artorias is going this far with that, I like to say. Yeah, please. Yeah, no, please. Please, Elnor. Please stop him. There you go. There you go. That's a good start, I guess.
You can die if you want, but saying you have to die is a good way to make my blood boil.
Those awakened to their own malevolence seek to end their lives. Welcome to Artorias' uncompromising world of reason.
First they steal humanity's rudder, and now they want to say who lives and who dies?
Humanity's rudder. What are you, Patty? You're gonna make references to the Seven Seas with your quotes?
Unless you'd rather not see.
You're right. I wouldn't. But I won't hide from the truth any longer.
Before anything else, we'll need to confirm just how far his power reaches. Let's head to Logris.
More backtracking, everybody. So, we're gonna head all the way back to Logris and make some examinations of everything. Everybody's here standing, looking very eerily awkward.
Ceremony of suppression.
Seems that way. They've brought their peace to mankind.
Let's see if we can... even if we try to, like, buy items, you can kind of see, like, its influence on these NPCs and whatnot. Yeah. Anyway, let's just get a Apple Gel and Panacea bottle. And I guess we're okay. Honestly, just nothing else for us to really do now. We're kind of doing pretty well in terms of equipment. And we're getting close to the end of the session anyway. Let's see if we could get the next couple of cutscenes wrapped up with a good old geoboard. Yeah, let's keep on going. Like, there's a geoboard minigame in at that the. Oh wait, we can't do it with bush apes. I forgot we can't do it against bush apes. Let's get out of here. Let's get out of here. You couldn't say that for another dime, Rokuro. Ah, let's get out of here. Can't run over bush apes. Even my notes say that here too. Let's avoid as many apes as we possibly can here. Everything else we can run over just fine though, so we're good. Yeah, even more of the suppression going on here. Even much more effective here. This is the epicenter of it after all. We don't even have the geoboard for this, do we? Yeah, I guess we don't.
Even the capital is silent as death.
Innominat's power did all of this. A god among gods.
You know, it's like a child's way of viewing how to save the world. It's a good thing we're not dealing with a child, right? I mean, is he still considered a child? I guess he kind of is, because, like, when it comes to the whole thing with, like, demons and Molochs, he was reborn, essentially, so...
I'll join your little combat crew.
If I'm in this 100%.
I think we have an okay team. I think we're okay. I don't remember my teams for this, but I remember it being a little bit rough.
Isn't there anyone here who still has free thought?
I hope so. There has to be.
Mommy!
That was a child.
That it was. Ah! Our nobility of alliteration.
Don't show any feelings, dear.
If they spot you, they'll...
I'm glad they're still okay. Surprised that they were able to survive it.
Prince Percival! Tabitha!
You're still you!
You're still you! Which makes sense, but we keep hearing it in a lot of other moments, so I had to point it out. Anyway, the only good thing that we gotta get is, like, Geostigma. I don't think Laphicet can really do anything else here, so let's just stick with Geostigma, basically.
No, they're molecules.
Keep it up. Yeah, like, I mean, we do learn that later on, basically. But yeah, like, that's pretty much the gist of it. How they're able to survive it and whatnot. Well, technically, it would make kind of less sense for Tabitha compared to, right. Nobility alliteration, him, that guy. I can still kind of see it. Especially since Velvet herself is a Therian, so it all makes sense. In the end, I suppose. Wow, we got an instant crush. Very nice. I like my nicknames. You can call me Norma. I go with my nicknames for days.
Your mind's still your own?
Yes, somehow. But Prince Percival and that girl.
Yeah, Prince Percival. There you go.
Looks like those Malachim took them away somewhere.
The prince was trying to help us get away. He said that the Abbey was gathering those who still had control of their own will at the villa.
We need to go after the prince and see just what's going on at
We're a
the
little
villa.
bit tight on the time to get to our next break, but I think we should be good to get there, I hope.
Through the back.
Good plan. Back into the catacombs, then.
You got it.
Back there again? Do I have to hear the song again? No, I mean... I still can't believe they call it Barona Catacombs. Like, I mean... alright. Thanks for putting it back in another game, I suppose. But I mean, it's more like, you know, you get the memories of, oh, that one dungeon that everybody likes because it's the 3 notes, which is only like like even the one that's like next to it that's kind of annoying is the one that you hear 4 notes, the one that you're underwater in Eternia. Look up iFish if you want to hear like the other theme where it's like it's 4 notes instead of 3. Like that one is also just as like grating after some time. Anyway, let's head over to the catacombs over here. I thought I saw something to examine there, but I guess not. Okay, down we go. Back to the Combs of Cata.
So those weren't demons, they were Malachim.
Yes. They were probably ordered to hunt down any humans who still possess free will.
Innominat isn't whole, and his oppressive powers are not yet absolute. So he must be using the Malachim to find anyone he missed and process them. Sounds like him.
Process?
Be it a prince or a little girl.
Pulling my leg there, Mug. Pulling my leg here. What am I supposed to do here? Activate the switch should be nearby is what my notes say. So I hope I can find it. It should. Oh. Well, I found it. Oh my gosh. Apparently I didn't. I think the switch is. I don't think the switch was there the first time we were here either. It just magically appeared in this point in the game. I'd like to say I'd hope I noticed it. Granted, I didn't notice this time either. So eggs on my face probably. Now where is the warp? Oh, Geotree. I got. Okay, I see it. Yeah, voice acting of this game is so good. Yeah, it's really good. Honestly, I've been very complimentary of the voice acting of this game, especially considering it symbolizes how voice acting has gone throughout the years and whatnot. So, I have nothing but appreciation for the voice cast, and I would like to see them keep growing. How they're used in like other games and whatnot, obviously the pool of voice actors is very small compared to a place like dedicated to voice acting like Japan, but you know, based on circumstances, I think we're okay, and hopefully maybe 10 or 15 years down the line, like I'm being real here, voice acting might become a more viable career path for making a living off of. Because remember, we're all people too, we gotta make our livings. Yeah, no. I've been very complimentary of Christina V throughout this entire portion of the marathon. Like, she does a good job embodying Velvet and essentially realizing the different ways to embody that work in the different scenes and the tones of said scenes. So you hear Velvet for the prologue, the Velvet in Act 1 to 2, and the current Velvet in Act 3. Like. And, of course, like, the different moments where the scenes allows Christina to sort of explore a bit. So, it's a lot of good stuff, is what I'm trying to say. But everybody else here also does a good job. It's just that they don't have too much to explore, I want to say, with this game. But, you know what? Actually, Laphicet does get those moments to explore. So, Laphicet would be the number 2 in terms of, like, exploring with the character and whatnot. And I can't remember who her voice actress was, because I'm not used to, like, common voice actress names. That's a good point. The battle ones might be something else. Like, I can understand having that perception for the battles particularly. Like the battle quotes and whatnot.
A channeling circle! He's eating their will directly.
What do you mean by a solid? Oh, solid 3? Yeah, you know what? Actually, yeah, there is some exploring with the Roku, that's for sure. But I want to put Elnor up there too. There's some exploring with her. And Magaluz has a bit of exploring, but not quite as much as the other characters in the cast. At least in main narrative. I don't know about skits. That's a different thing altogether. Anywho, these things over here, let's just keep casting more Geostigmas. When it comes to these characters, you can tell they're pretty much like a straight-up copy from like Teresa. Especially they have the same art where they jump up in the air and everything, so this is where we're going to start seeing some more reappearances here or there, I suppose. Amber Connor. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, there's not much you can really use with Lobby Set when it comes to the spells, because they all have like a neutral point to them, so I can't particularly take advantage of it. So Geostigma's the way to go. I'm only just using Lobby Set because like I kind of want to give him a little bit more time before we end the game here, because again we're wrapping things up, and Lobby Set won't have too much time to sort of like be featured, for lack of a better term. Great, I could try some of his physical arts. I mean, we could try. What are these things based off? They're Fiend, Winged, and Armored. So let's see if we could play around with that. Fiend. We got Winged here. Rainbow Mist is already part of our chain. Do we have anything for Fiend? No, we got this. And Armored. Ooh. Oh, wait, no, that's a spell. We don't got that. I mean, Pyrogenic Ring is such a bad spell. I don't know. Maybe somebody knows how to use it well, like, but for casual perspective, it's just like you gotta be really close. And like it's my only other one that doesn't involve neutral, but it's just I mean I could try. Well, I tried. Jeez, that's really not good. I need Aizen up right away. Alright, Aizen, get up. Let's try again. Magilu, it would be lovely if you could, you know, absorb those spells every once in a while. You decide how about all the... I don't know. I don't know what to do. Regenerate? Maybe that'll work. That really don't work. Oh, that also don't... So I guess we're trying to get, like, some screen time for these characters I'm not using as much. I'll just stick with Geostigma. It's more consistent, but it's a little bit boring, to be honest. What the? Who dared? Who dared? I did not even... Huh? Oh my gosh, really? Velvet, use your break so quick. Move, move, move. All of them are jumping at the same time. Hey, Velvet. I think it's time. Use your Mystic Guard, please. Move. There we go. I didn't even... I noticed it, but then like I couldn't believe it was aiming for me. There's like 3 of them. They're like 3 mini Teresas, basically. Here's the thing. Maybe I should try to sneak in a Pyrogenic Ring. Maybe we'll see. Yes, how very unlike you to not use your break so to absorb any of this. I shouldn't be complaining because, like, I'm the one who's getting killed a lot too, so... Wait, what's Aizen doing? Actually, hold up. Maybe I should have Aizen be a bit more on the offensive here. Maybe... have him aim for weakness, I suppose. Granted, they don't have a weakness, so... Jeez, what the... Those Bright Shades come out way too fast for their own good. And they do way too much damage, too. Oh my gosh. Okay, you know what? I'm getting sick of this. We gotta get to break. Velvet. Let's do Velvet things. And those are all ineffective, so let's fix that. Is there another soul somewhere? Ah, whatever. Let's just use it on Magulu. See if she can break her soul again or something. Oh my gosh! Break! That would have been a perfect time, Magulu. Just saying. Just saying. Okay, what was it? Fiend, Winged, Armored. Oh, jeez. I see it. I see it right there. Soul? Soul? Is any soul come out? Oh my gosh, this stupid cry is annoying me too. Come on. Oh, there goes Aizen. Thank you. Where'd it go? Alright, where's the enemy? Here you are. Not a stun. Still not a stun. Am I set my auto? What the? Weird. Okay. I didn't mean to do that, but that's the thing. Like when you go to the menu, you press the guard button. You'll change your type or whatever. Move! I saw it, but I couldn't move because I was in the middle of an art. Oy vey. This is really how this fight's gonna go. Fee, I need that more. Why did I think it was going to be a good party? You know what? We're going to try with Velvet again, because this fight... I don't even know what just happened there. I tried to get Fee his like time to shine, but it didn't particularly work. So let's just stick with Velvet, get things done, and move on to the break soon. So... Oh. Come on, let's get it over with. Thank you. Let's retry. As much as I want to play with Fee, unfortunately, it's going to be the last time, because, like, these enemies aren't particularly nice to Fee, I want to say. So let's just stick with what we got. And Maglu wasn't really particularly doing much either, so, yeah. I was hoping she would, like, absorb the souls, but she really wasn't doing anything with that 3 souls she was just sitting on. Maybe we could just prepare one of these two. Sure, let's do this.
Done. It should be edible at least.
Yeah, that's the voice line I was referring to earlier. Like the recipe, whenever Velvet prepares them, it changes now. So it's nice to hear she's more embracing her hobby before. Anyway, let's just break through with Velvet. Let's do this.
Like we're a bunch of heroes.
Hey, no fair, no mercy! Yeah, those bright shades, they do like 800, like 600 or 800 each. And it's such a low tier spell, but they do like a lot of damage. Like, I don't know what it is. Like, is it because, I mean, obviously because we're under level. They're kind of level 72. And we're just level, 50? 40? Like, we're getting to 50, so. It's pretty much why, but still. That's pretty much a part of it. But yeah, let's just velvet it out, because honestly, we should be in our break right now, so. I apologize, but this is how we're gonna have to push through to get over this. As you can see, high magic stat? Yeah, that's probably what it is. Actually, let's see. Holy smokes! Yeah, what the 1K? Yeah, I'm not surprised. We barely have like 500 magic defense. Get over with. This one's almost gone. Rookro's just standing there because he doesn't have the HP. Let's give him the HP real quick. I'd rather than be alive than like using my life bottles a lot. Was it 1.2k on the focus? Yeah, that's ridiculous. Especially with something so easy as Bright Shade to get out? Yeah. That's like a low tier spell that like... That's like Lophi's first spell, actually. I do like the art that Velvet is using right now, because like... That art also shows up in raids. It's like, oh, this is really fun to actually use without Velvet broken powers, you know? Okay, I'm kind of tired of using Velvet. Let's switch it up a bit. Are my arts all neutral? Oh yeah, they really are. Hold up, maybe that doesn't fix it. Ah, I can't play as Elnor for this fight. Maybe Aizen. Yeah, that's better. Let's go. Let's give Aizen some time a bit. I love that art from Aizen where he like just summons a typhoon forward. It reminds me of Dudley from Street Fighter. It's so good, so good. I love my martial art fighters here. Oh, not quite. You're really aiming for me, huh? Oh, that second part was in it. Oh, it's an infected. Oh well, we got it finally. Took a little bit longer than expected because yeah, I tried to give Fee some time to shine, but fortunately it wasn't gonna work, especially since a lot of his tools were negated by the resistance.
Well, I know I can.
Yeah, we're still doing a little bit overtime than expected. Prior to this break.
It's all right now. We'll help you find your mommy, and then
That just reminds me of Live the World Ends With You. That's all I'm gonna say.
Because she stole food to give to me. But that's okay. They had to. Mommy was acting against reason.
Jeez, this is still messed up.
So this is the true face of their suppression.
Oh, it certainly is.
This is the ideal world sought by Shepherd Artorias. As long as malevolence gave rise to demons, this was the only way. That's why the Kingdom of Midgand consented to his plan. But I will never consent.
Yeah, that's right. Double P. I'm gonna call him Double P now. It just doesn't roll off the tongue. Prince Percival? Like, I get it, but I'd rather like the nicknames. Maybe I should be calling royalty Double P now that I think about it.
Without sadness, but also without joy. A world without hate, but also without love.
You suppose the whole world's like this now?
No. Even this close to the Empyrean's throne, some here have held on to their free will. Still, we don't have much time.
Right. I can feel Innominat's domain spreading even now. It's incomplete, but it's quickly growing stronger.
Even we might be suppressed if this keeps up, and then it'll be reason o'clock all day long.
You're right there, Princey. You doing okay?
Prince, Griffin.
You've seen better days. Prince Griffin? Good. No, it's Prince Percival.
That's good.
Well, yeah, he can't be with Berseria. That's kind of sad. He finds joy with this bird.
Until now, I thought I was just a tool.
I mean, I shouldn't be blaming Laphis. I gotta remember Prince Percival's name for a bit either.
Torn from me, I felt myself want something. No, I thought, I don't want this. I don't want to lose who I am. I understand the true horror of this ideal world now. I know it's selfish to put this burden on you, but I beg you, stop all this. Stop Shepherd Artorias.
You said something to me once. A bird that cannot fly is no bird at all.
You know what? Act 3, we're going full on the Velvet theme now. We're at 21 with this.
Yeah.
They didn't really play much in Act 2, but Act 3, let's fully embrace it.
We're going to defeat Artorias. We're going to make this world one where we can be ourselves. We're doing it.
Oh, it has to instant cut into it. Like, let's just go. Go into the big main chorus.
You've changed, haven't you?
This one just wanted to go straight into it. It's amusing.
You used to be a sword wielded by your own hatred. But now, you're in control. You're the one who swings the blade.
Even if I still don't know when to sheathe it.
Don't worry.
I'm glad that Velvet kind of lighted it up a bit here. Like, it's a nice way to sort of like see how she changed to make it her own story instead of her little brother's story. So, it's sweet to see.
It certainly is.
But I still think I like Fee's journey a little bit better.
Eisen, about Captain Ifrid.
I dealt with him. But the Abbey, they stomped all over Ifrid's pride to achieve this suppression.
This feels like a Night Before thing, but it's not quite just yet. We'll get to our Night Before soon enough.
Destroy them.
Then I'm going to be selfish too. And as just another flawed human being.
Well, Eleanor's journey is still okay. I think I gave it a number. I gave it above Velvet's. But yeah, I do like Eleanor's. It's just you don't see it much in the third act, that's for sure.
We can't just barge in, sword for brains.
Velvet theme, not MP3.
We stick to the plan.
We dig the files. How many times did you use? Well, we're currently at 21. Minus the minute theme, of course. Again, Velvet's theme's not bad. It's just I just want to see how many times it's played. That's all.
Or will we awaken the Empyreans? It's a gamble.
Well, moping won't get us anywhere. Let's head to Mount Killer House.
Right. It's time to suppress.
Yeah, it's a very good theme. You're gonna have to put that in, Eleanor. You want to show your poetry as well? Suppress the suppression. We got a lucky cat. We're still not getting our next area for Barbados after Barbados Archipelago, huh? I don't think we will after this, that's for sure. Anyway, yeah, we're a little bit over time for this part, but that's okay. After the next segment, we're gonna keep on pushing forward through the rest of the act. Well, before this final part, of course. We also got some side quests to explore around here or there. So, yep, see you all in 30 minutes.